Hi everybody, and welcome to another episode of Monday Night Gaming. You may notice that I am not Chris Sheriff. He's actually away tonight, so I'm on hosting duties, but with me as always is Calvin Wong on the desk.
Evening, Greg. So, where's Chris now? Halfway, 2/3 of the way back from Omaha? Has he gotten back into the country yet?
I don't even know, because originally Chris was supposed to come back yesterday and today. It's like a 2-day drive. But then he messaged me the other day to say that he actually wanted Thursday off work as well, so that he could go up to Ontario and do a bit more networking up there and then drive back from that way. So
Interesting.
I'm assuming he's coming back either Thursday or Friday. So I don't know where he is right at this very minute.
He's lost in the wilds of the deteriorating American highway system.
Yeah, so maybe he'll come on the chat and tell us where he is right now at some point. He did say he would try and watch, but yeah, he's got to be back because on Saturday he's running the Age of Sigmar event here, so he's got to be here.
I've been busting my ass painting for that.
Hopefully his car doesn't break down somewhere in like the middle of nowhere, Ontario or something.
So basically anywhere between here and Ontario.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Hopefully
that all qualifies as middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun drive for him. I think that drive back from there. I've done the train journey back from like Toronto up through Winnipeg, and Saskatoon and Edmonton. It's not the most thrilling of rides.
That's because there's literally nothing there.
Yeah, pretty much. Age of Sigmar, yeah. So it's not exactly a super hot item, but Chris is getting into it. He did his painting stream last week on Sunday, the day after our regionals. Actually, he did an all-day painting stream with Calvin to try and get his stuff painted, ready for the event.
Yeah, he and Bill dragged me into it, so
they're all getting into it. And we'll see if we can get some more local people actually coming out to play it. So, but tonight we're focusing on X-Wing as usual. We're still waiting for
Clay to show up.
Jeremy's all here ready to go for their league match. Clay said he was going to be about 5 minutes, so hopefully it won't be too long. So I figured I would talk a little bit about some of the regional results that have been around the last week or two.
A lot of mirror match finals.
Yeah. New York, which was on the 14th, was a mirror match between the Inquisitor, Omega Leader, Wampa, and a Palp Shuttle. So the new Imperial A-holes. Identical lists in the final, and there was another one of those lists that made the top 4 as well. So 3 out of the top 4 in that regional.
Yeah, so one was guaranteed final once they hit top 4.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. And then
it's not a bad
FFG,
list, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously good.
It's just a little surprising to see the exact same list rise to the top, because this season has been one of the least identical. Like, historically, it's like, before you could just say, oh yeah, Fat Hat everywhere.
Right.
Like 2 years ago, Fat Hat everywhere. Last year, TLTs, warships everywhere.
Yeah. Now it's like, it seems way more diverse. I mean, our regional top 8, there were only, I think, 2 lists that were pretty similar. And then a pretty good spread across the factions as well.
Yeah.
So it is kind of interesting. The FFG regional in Roseville at the center, that was also a mirror match final. A Whisper, Omega Leader, and Captain Yor with Palpatine. 2 of those identical lists against each other.
What was interesting there is we saw James fly that at our regionals, and, well, He was tired.
He did make top 8,
Yeah.
so fair play to him.
We'll put it that way. He was tired.
He did not fly at the best against Ian in the quarterfinals and lost out, but it's obviously a good list. If it made two copies of the list made the final at Roseville, I'm sure they had 107 players there or something like that.
Yep.
And then the top 4 at Roseville had another one of the Imperial A-holes list identical to the New York final one, and a list that was interesting to me. Biggs, 2 Blue Squadron T-70s and 2 Bandits, so that was kind of cool to see. And then
Still looking for the Denver lists. Haven't found them.
I didn't see that. I saw Fresno. That was a Crack Swarm that won that one, like at Calgary. Slightly different version. There was a U-boat, triple U-boat was runner-up, but it was a slight twist with Forlorn Crew on one of them and overclocked R4s on 2 of them. And then 3rd and 4th, there was a Vader Omega Leader Inquisitor list, and then a Whisper Omega Leader Yor list, identical to the one that won Roseville. So
It's starting to look like the Wave 8 meta rather is starting to stabilize. We're starting to get a good look at what the strong archetypes are, but the archetypes have so much variation inside them. There's so many variations on the 2-ship Rebel list. Like there's like Dash, Miranda, VCX all show up in those.
There's quite a few different variants. Last week on the show we had the Han Lothal Rebel, and tonight we're going to be seeing Dash Lothal Rebel that Clay is running.
Yep. Bosk won Denver. So Bosk, skill 7 with upgrades. That's a little surprising.
That's awesome.
Because taking Bosk means you can't take Bosk crew.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yes, and kind of ridiculous.
That's pretty cool, though. If a YV ended up winning, I'm assuming they probably had a pretty good turnout in Denver. So it's good.
Most regionals seem to be pretty big, so I don't think any of the regionals have been very small.
Yeah, I mean, we had 46. I think that's
about a
that's
typical
pretty good
size,
for Calgary. I know some of the US
given that we
ones
got
get way
Mother's
bigger.
Day
Yeah.
weekend. Yeah, I think that was pretty good.
Cluster missiles on Bosk. Huh,
Madness.
that's interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that one. But it's kind of interesting what I have seen. There's a lot of variation, but the ones I was talking about, there was a lot of identical lists that ended up coming through.
Oh, I get it. I get why cluster missiles. He's a base 3-dice chip. Guidance chips gives him the crit.
Yes.
And then it's Bosk.
Yes.
So he can cancel.
That's nice. That's nice. I like that.
That's cute.
It's
Especially
so,
since you do it twice.
It's so rare to see guidance chips on a ship with a 3-dice primary. It's so
Most of them,
it's so rare to see anything other than just you turn to a hit.
most of them is just not efficient on.
Yeah.
Like you need a specific pilot ability, like Bosk.
Bosk, yeah. Yeah, I'll have to see what the rest of that list was, but that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, most of the 3-dice chips, like they're not going to be reliant on it. I mean, what else is there that's 3-dice take and wants to take ordnance, or can even really take any meaningful amount of ordnance? There's a B-wing, and then those things just die if you give them too much ordnance.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to do that. But yeah, I don't know. There's been a lot of Imperials, certainly in the ones I've looked at.
Yep.
Some scum stuff. Rebels have been struggling a little bit.
They're the least common, but I don't think they've dropped under 20%. I don't think it's anything to worry about.
No. I mean, we had a good turnout. We had pretty much even across the board with the 3 factions.
Yeah, a lot of regionals are getting that. It's like fairly even turnout. It's just the Rebels aren't quite performing as well.
Yeah, but it's really interesting having played across the last few years and seen some of the metas where there's not that much variety.
Where there's basically 2-3 lists total in the meta with
Yeah.
no variation.
Yeah, the 2014 Nationals was a rock paper scissors thing of Fat Hand, Rebel Swarm, and Phantom lists. It was
Yeah.
pick one, and then you're gonna do well against one and do badly against another.
Yep.
So it's kind of cool to see a lot of different lists out there right now.
Yeah, and even and there's just so much variation even inside the archetype. I mean, there's like 4 different aces that are showing up in the Pulp Aces variants, plus the Imp holes, which is technically a little one step further since it's got the 3rd chip in there,
Yeah.
and it's relying on mini aces rather than full aces.
Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of cool. Looks like the guys they've done the obstacles. They're gonna move to deployment. So
Looks like they are ready to spill blood.
we're gonna switch it over.
Korn is pleased. It matters not where the blood flows from. Even another franchise. Alright, so Jeremy has brought us something, well, explosive.
Yeah, I'll let you go through the lists.
Jeremy was telling me before the show started that he got this from another one of our regulars out here who ran into it on Vassal in Wave 7, actually. Back then it was more seismic charges, but what we've got is 2 K-Wings and a Gold Squadron Y-Wing all set up to blow people up with explosions.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder, why didn't the Rebels have bomb loadouts in the trench? Because, just a couple of mines would have really screwed up Vader's day back then.
Yeah. That would have been too easy.
Yeah, apparently so. Because, bad writing. Anyways, so we've got a Stress Hog that's also got a set of thermal detonators, making getting in behind it rather less pleasant than it could otherwise be. Yep. Alright. And we've got a pair of Wardens, both loaded out with mines and advanced slam and thermal detonators. And one's got an intel agent to help guess where people are going to be, and one's got Sabine to help boost the damage. And Sabine is pretty much what it was going to be. What we were hoping would make mines and bombs good. So we are about to find out. Yeah, clicking on those is hard with the shitty mouse that he's got there.
Alright, so that's up there. I'm gonna take the scoreboard off since, as usual,
They're deploying up there because, as always, they do that.
I think you said that's that one, and number 2 is the one with Sabine, and that is the one that is closest to the corner. So
On the other side, we've got Clay's regional list, which we've gone over before, so it's your pretty standard sort of setup, I feel. Dash and a Lothal Rebel. Dash is the Kanan variation, which is arguably better than the Kyle variation, since it opens up the dial in exchange for that free focus.
yeah, definitely was the more popular version at regionals.
Yeah, it's starting to show up a lot more in other regionals as well. Although the Lothal here is, again, a fairly typical setup. Hera Crew, which is why Hera Pilot is bad, because you cannot have Hera Crew.
Yeah.
And an Auto Blaster, a Fire Control, and Han, which basically just guarantees you always have whichever you want more, the Focus or the Lock. I personally love that setup just because it means you never need to take actions and you always have the right modifiers.
Yeah.
Or the superior modifier.
Yeah, I know Terrence took the accuracy corrector version with an intel agent instead of Han at regionals. That was the slight variant.
Yeah, but he missed the cut, so...
He missed out in 9th place. Sad, sad Terrence.
Yeah.
I guess I should get the timer.
All right, so the beautiful golden Y-wing of explosions is central. So it's the least maneuverable of the ships, so it is going to have to deploy in fairly clear lines, just because Y-wings don't exactly turn very effectively. And since it's a stress hog, it's never going to get a Koi grid.
No. In this case, he's gotta take it slow and pick one of the two targets.
Yep, but the Lothal, which he is closer to, is pointing away from him. So he's going to have to anticipate which way Clay is going to jump. Because he could actually bring Dash in and around and then turn very quickly. Or the Lothal could actually just cover a ton of distance, stay clear, and then turn while Dash is behind him.
Yeah, he's got options.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are underway.
Yeah. The K-Wings do have turrets, so their facing isn't so relevant. It's more just to look to set up their mines, and this is what I wanted the K-Wing to be good at because, well, Fantasy Flight told us you could drop a mine off of the drop a bomb off of the slam, execute, but no, they lied. They lied.
Yes. No, I'm a fan of the K-Wing bomb lists.
Yeah. The problem with the Punishers doing it is they can't shoot you if they dropped one on you. But the K-Wing can.
Yeah.
That turret is relevant.
Unless you're Death Rain and you drop it out the front.
Even then, odds are, unless they're already stopped, you're still probably not going to get to shoot them. And a lot of the time, you're not going to want to be there anyways. All right, Jeremy doesn't look like he wants position here because he's not electing to slam. So oh yes, I remember seeing that list. The runner-up from Denver. I saw it somewhere.
Zuckuss with Forlong.
Teltravira.
And Teltravira. And Palob.
Because randomly you'll shoot at him, kill him, but then remove all the crits and go, oh, shit, he still has a focus token and he's going to torpedo. And it's hilarious. I mean, sure, he's not going to have that hull upgrade that makes him a little bit more cost efficient, but just because hull upgrade is twice as efficient on him doesn't mean it's right.
It is kind of tempting, 3 points for 2 extra hull, but
just because something is more efficient doesn't mean it's still efficient enough.
Yeah. Stick that scoreboard back on.
Yep.
They've very helpfully moved down the board.
Now, with the K-Wings pointed, having committed to a turn, this will actually allow Clay to look to cut inside their turning radius and get into their side arc and stay there.
Yeah.
And that will make it very difficult to bomb him. And the Lothal can cut in and just start firing that primary away. With 4 dice at a K-Wing or a Y-Wing, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. But if Dash screws up and gets tagged by that stress hog, he's not going to like that. No. Not even a little bit.
Yeah.
The stress hog is going to be the key ship in this one. Once it's gone, Dash is going to be able to. And if Dash isn't too overly stressed, he'll be in a very good position.
Yeah, I was chatting briefly with Jeremy before the game, and he said, the initial approach is pretty scary for this matchup, but if he can get in amongst it and then get his bombs away, then he might be able to control things.
Yep. Really, it's everything, because the Lothal Rebel with Hera does not care. It literally does not care about what the stress hog does to it.
No, but if he gets a Cononet thrown on him, then he'll still be ioned.
Sure, but it still takes 2 ions to... Well, I suppose the Cononet is 2, yeah, so... But still, it doesn't care about the Y-Wing's control abilities because it's still going to be able to do whatever it likes.
Yeah.
It's going to be easy to hit it with a net because, large base ships, but...
Yeah. did play 3 K-Wings with bombs a couple of times in the past.
Yeah, how much did you regret that?
It was fun. It was a casual list, but it was entertaining. And then as soon as Wave 8 hit and they put Sabine in there, I was like, okay, can't really do it with 3 K-Wings now, but
Yeah.
I like this, adding in the Stress Hog with a bomb as well.
It sticks to this core theme of the list, messing with people.
Yeah.
I kept trying to make Death Rain work and never really quite could. It was
Yeah.
sad.
I've tried Death Rain a few times, had some success, but I think the bombs are definitely a list that are amazing against certain lists
Yep.
and terrible against others.
That's for sure.
So, you're playing this list, you really want to see aces.
Yeah, because then you can seriously mess with them. All right.
Don't really want to see crack swarms.
Indeed. Well, looks like Jeremy's finally going to slam. Get some distance there.
Yeah. I guess if you can get around behind, then
Yeah, if you can get in a position to chase Dash down and then go execute maneuver, bomb him,
yeah.
it can be in a good spot. Fortunately, they don't really have a lot of things that are useful to do for that advanced slam action when they're not actually looking to throw down a mine, but, well,
You know,
you take it for the time when you do need it.
yeah. Because you can definitely do some extra damage with those turrets. And another slam here from number 2.
Yep, looking to cut off Dash's avenues of approach because, as I said, Dash is the key to this one. Dash has the agility that the turrets aren't actually going to be particularly effective against him. I mean, they can slowly bleed him, but they're not going to hurt him anywhere near as fast as that massive HLC shot is going to be hurting them back.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, if it's Dash alone in endgame, then the K-Wings are hosed. Because they can't cope with that superiority of firepower coming out of the freighter there.
And the Rebel is cutting inside now.
Yep. And this is the thing about the Kanan version. It can go. It's going to grab that 3, and it looks like he's actually just going to be able to hop right out of the Y-Wings arc there.
Yeah.
And that's why Jeremy was saying this initial pass is so very important.
Super slippy
No.
Dash Randa.
Well, yeah. Now it's up to Clay to decide how he wants to get out of that arc because he's clearly going to be able to get it done. Alright. We'll take the straight boost. I think I might have chosen an angled just because that brings him around and then sets him up to do other things, but yeah. Well, I guess he's just taking the straight boost. He'll be able to turn next turn. And he'll have a target lock for this shot and start getting rid of that thing. Yeah.
Just checking for obstructed. Guess I should put the dice cam on.
Yep. Oh, good. He's using the dice that that don't look like someone jerked off into the tail. Right. Looks like it's gonna be 3.
Yep. 1 evade, so 2 shield.
Not too bad. Like, honestly, that's really low end for firing an HLC at a Y-Wing. So, Jeremy can't be too upset about that one, I don't think. Like, being in an absolutely terrible position, yeah, I think he can be very upset about that because he's going to have to risk that debris field to hope to draw a beat on anything at all next turn. The Y-Wing doesn't have the hard 1, so he's going to have to take the hard 2. And taking the hard 3 is actually going to push him so far. Is going to push him that like extra base length ahead, and that will make it a lot easier for Dash to slip the arc. So a 3 is not an option here, even if it means he might have to hit the debris twice. I don't think 3 is an option because the 3 will still stress him, and it will make it easier for Dash to slip the arc.
Yeah. I think a 2 would actually be
If it falls short, that's ideal, of course.
pretty good.
But
Hard to tell with the angle, but I
indeed,
think at most he would hit one time.
yeah, from Clay, I would actually be looking for a hard turn out of Dash this turn because that will get him the most. That will set him up the best to get clear of the Y-Wing's arc again and stay clear, because that is going to be his primary objective. Stay away from it while whittling it down. The Rebel doesn't have to come in too aggressively here, and in fact it's not going to be able to do anything else because Dash is actually sitting right in its way. That's another reason I would have considered a roll, because then it opens up the VCX's options and it has the ability to set up that first target lock. It hasn't fired yet, so it doesn't have one. So that is one thing that's going to hurt its efficiency.
Yeah, even a 1 bank from the boost would have.
Yeah, a 1 bank is likely to collide. And so now, coming out of the VCX, a 1 bank is probably going to collide. Anything else is probably not going to get you into the range you really want, because you don't want to get too close while those K-Wings still have all their mines, because, well, those Connor nets and proximity mines are still going to mess you up. Because they can do that in addition to their shooting, so...
Yeah.
Of course, to make the damage worthwhile, that's the only way it could work. If you had to do it instead of shooting, they'd be garbage. Absolute garbage.
Of course, there will be turns where you have to do the slam first to get the bomb where you want it, and then you're not going to get the shot as well. So
this is going to be one of those turns, actually. See, the problem is number 1 is also way out of position now.
yeah,
A 3, while it will get him a lot of distance, it's still not really going to get him back into the fight. And a 2 hard turn to go 2, it's still not going to do it. So I feel like the only option coming out of number 1 is actually 3 and slam into 3 and just go for the raw distance. But
you might clip that rock if it does.
Yeah.
But
doesn't matter, you weren't shooting anyways, you've got plenty of health, and you really got to get in there and start doing things. And if they're shooting at the K-Wing, they're not removing the Stress Hog. I'm okay with that as this bomb player here. Yeah. Now, he can slam through here, but it will stress him, and unfortunately it will stress him before he gets his advanced slam trigger, I believe. I'm not exactly sure on the wording.
yeah, I'm pretty sure.
But it's rolled into the execute maneuver, and advanced slam is after that, so yeah.
I think advanced slam says that if you don't overlap.
Yeah, possibly. Looks like nothing happens, so he's cool.
So, slammed in the way, which may have been deliberate to prevent the Y-Wing from landing.
That would be some pretty fancy flying. It's interesting that he went for the hard 2, straight 2, but it does give him, or it's a possible straight 2, rather. It's a lot less lateral movement, and it does put him in a better position for the next turn, so.
Yeah. And given the way Dash is likely to be moving.
Yeah. Frankly, I would actually have grabbed the 2 bank here, because you know Dash is going to likely be turning into the left side of the board. Because actually, if he turned right, that would be a very interesting mental play here, because it seems like such a bad choice.
So, just a little 1 from the Ghost.
Yep, just going to cruise straight forward, smack into Dash.
Looks like he just fit. Did land on the the debris, but no damage.
Yep, usually a pretty safe risk. Alright.
So,
Dash does indeed grab the turn to the left here.
Zuckuss. I do like Zuckuss. Just to answer Doomsday. I like the G1A more than most people seem to when it was, first revealed.
It was a very forgettable ship just because people wrote it off as a scum viewing immediately.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, there can't be anything interesting about this ship. But having the built-in crew, having the different dial, there's something you can do with it.
Yeah, I do like Zuckuss and Forlorn. Both good.
It's really the pilots that make it.
Yeah.
Like, Zuckuss is ridiculous against low agility ships. Like, okay, sure, Decimator, roll a defense die. That's totally going to help you.
Yeah. What's the question?
Just all the stuff that ConnerNet does.
Oh, 2 ion tokens. You skip your next perform action step, and you take 1 damage.
Now, unfortunately, I don't really see Dash having a way to get out of that trap just because he is going to take a ConnerNet. He is going to take something. But the Y-Wing, well, maybe he can kill the Y-Wing this turn.
That's 6 to get through. Definitely doable.
Throwing 8 dice at it, so it's possible, but he's not going to have modifiers on 4 of them, so
Yeah.
just going to run the best.
So choices for Clay with what actions to take for Dash. Yeah, one of the things I do like about the bomb lists, especially the K-Wings with the Slam and Advanced Slam, is there's really not much you can do to prevent those bombs. At some point, you're gonna take one. I guess as the bomb player, it's all about trying to maximize that. And if you manage to ConnerNet someone or catch them with a thermal and get them stressed, then trying to take advantage of that on the next turn. That's what you really need to do. And it looks like decided to go for the boost. It's a slippery character, but not much you can do about the fact that he's probably going to take the ConnerNet next turn. So he chose the boost. Now he's
Ankle Boost may have left his corner in arc. I can't tell from here, but
if he drops it next turn, you've already placed your dial for that turn, so you reveal your dial as normal. You would skip your perform action step that turn, and then the next turn you wouldn't place the dial and you would be ioned.
yep. So that's going to have to be the hope.
Yeah.
You can kill the Y-Wing first. But is he in arc?
I like the ConnerNets. So
They're rare,
I've
but
looked into all the way it works with people
Yep.
who are higher pilot skill than you or lower.
Yep.
Hits.
So,
Gonna take that lock.
Or let's see, 3 hits.
3 hits and a crit.
three
That's
hits
gonna
and a
hurt.
crit. There is another
Another evade.
evade.
Pretty good.
So the last shield is gone.
Ouch.
And it is a direct hit.
Okay, that Y-Wing's time could be done without ever getting to double stress. That could be very unfortunate. But it's going to be rolling 3 dice against this VCX shot, so it could live.
4 attack dice against
Yeah, especially since he says,
unmodified.
ooh, yeah, he's going to live there probably.
Hit
With only
crit.
2.
I don't know.
Oh,
That is
just,
a
oh, wow, that's nothing. Looks like.
What did you roll? You only got 1 evade, and it was a direct hit. Did you take too many cards?
Cancel 1. So there's only 1.
Oh, so whatever's face
Yeah.
down is your crit, not the direct hit then.
Yeah. Yeah. You only took the crit.
Yeah, you got 1 evade result, right?
Yeah, so that you'll have to shuffle again.
Of course, it could be a direct still. Was it?
Did you do a trick and not shuffle or something?
Is it a direct hit?
It's another direct.
It is another direct hit.
It is
Okay, so
another
he is
direct hit,
dead.
so he's still dead.
Wow.
Procedural error, but same result.
I wonder what your other face down one was.
And this is exactly the risk with the Y-Wing, because it's too easy to get out of the arcs with dash, or have a ship that doesn't care. And I feel like this is one of the reasons. This is a secondary reason that the Stress Hog has dropped out of the meta, because it's too easy to remove before it gets to stress now. Because these lists can gun it down with a wave of 4 dice attacks and dodge out of its way. The Jump Masters can just torpedo its face off,
Yeah.
and
I guess it's against some of the aces lists.
yeah, it's best against some of the aces, but it's that's such a small slice of matchups now. Like the Rebel lists with the VCXs just don't care. It's like, go ahead, stress the Ghost. It doesn't care because Hera crew. It wasn't going to shoot anyways. Or sorry, it wasn't going to take actions anyways.
Yeah. Still. Took 1 regular damage and 2 crits, and it's dead, so.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate for Jeremy, but well, out of 5 dice, he got 3 of age, which is a little on the good side. So.
That is true. So,
And well, only one of those only the 1 crit needed to be direct for the same amount of damage to kill him.
those K-Wings have got some work to do.
Yeah, especially given that they've done no damage to Clay.
Yeah.
Jeremy's in a very deep hole here. And he still hasn't even dropped a mine. Like, he's in a good position to do it now,
Yeah.
but
He needed to get in this position without losing any ships.
yeah. I think Clay successfully bluffed him in terms of which direction he was going to, and I think Jeremy committed too hard to that first turn.
Yeah.
That first turn put him completely out of position.
Yeah.
And then,
Number 1 ended up
yeah.
right down on this side of the table. And Dash is so fast and slippery that
Yeah.
in the space of a couple turns, he was all the way across.
Yeah. And that's the thing, Kanan Dash just goes where he pleases. And you will regret following him.
That'll be interesting. Those 2 K-Wings are undamaged, so if he can drop a Coronet.
Yeah, this turn, yeah, he's going to have to grab a green, but fortunately the greens are going to let him Connor net dash this turn. Whether that's enough, though, I mean, the thing is, though, it is a white maneuver, and Kanan still triggers.
That's true.
So, unlike the Kyle variation, you can't even really shut him down with the Connor net if he's got only the one stress. Or the Ion, rather. Like, you can't shut him down with the Ion.
Right.
Because Kanan.
You can get in his way so he bumps with it and then
Yep.
doesn't get his actions that way.
Yeah. The problem is, though, the mines come out the back end still. And that's always going to be a problem. Wow, it took that long to dig up the winning list?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Must be really obscure.
I don't think it was in the forums.
Well, clearly they should stop eating Cheetos and give us their match results.
So, Dash is going to be hitting that momentarily.
Oh, yeah. No, almost certainly.
So when that blows, Sabine gets to do extra damage as well.
Sabine has to be in range, doesn't she?
No.
Is it?
No.
Does she not have a range limit?
It's just anytime you remove a bomb token.
Oh, I thought she had a range limit. It had to be within range 3 of her. Oh.
Pretty sure she's going to be in range of it.
No. I thought she had a range limit, but apparently not, so...
Dengar. Dead Eye Rex Vecna for Plasma Tool. Okay.
Yes, I like this. I may fly that just because it's dumb. I like it a lot. That's awesome.
This is Concussion Missiles, not Cluster.
Oh, shit. Recon Specialist. Oh, that's awesome. Reroll the blanks, and then you have the focus token.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome, actually.
So,
Right.
no damage from that debris.
Yep. So... Lawful Rebel, no care.
So, that is a net.
So it's 2 damage.
2 damage onto Dash.
Anything else? No action. Well, I knew it was going to happen, so...
Yep. Oh well. Here's an HLC shot.
2 hits. No evades.
Yep.
That was a number 1.
Well, unfortunately, Clay is still in a good position to focus fire here, so... with only one thing with Connor Nat.
Hit, correct.
Yike.
Needs an evade. Thinking about spending that token.
To prevent a crit, I probably would.
Yes.
Because, well, K-Wing kinda needs to not suffer that crit. He's taking way too much damage. Like,
So, shields down on K-Wing number 1. Yes. It's not a nice place to be sitting.
yeah. Admittedly, he is set up well for the first Warden to drop some explosives, but... nothing from the primary. Well, that's why he has a target lock for 2. That target lock finally pays off.
Evade. One more shield.
Yep, Dash will finally
Down to 2.
suffer significant damage.
So yeah, now Dash is island.
Yep, so they know where he's going to be, so this is a good term to drop mines. A mine coming out of number 2 is not going to hit,
No.
so it's not worth a thermal detonator here.
A course, that Rebel's kind of
Yeah.
somewhat in the way.
What I would do with number 1 here is I drop a thermal detonator because there's no way Dash can avoid it. Well, actually, no. Dash could roll away. Dash can
Could.
boost roll, so... Well, dropping the mine in front of him makes it very difficult for him to do it.
Yeah.
I would go for the detonator drop from number 1 here.
It's
Number 2, I would just try to turn around. Because, like, you're not going to get a... actually, depending on the positioning, if that Connor net lands, that's totally worth it. If that Connor net lands.
from number 1.
From number 2.
Number 2.
Yeah, because number 2 is the one with the Connor nets.
Yeah.
And I think, based on their positioning, a
don't
Connor
think
net...
he could hit.
Oh, no. Like, if it just goes straight, like just one straight, I think that Connor net still hits.
Might. The problem with dropping second Coronet is the ion tokens are
Yeah,
useless.
yeah,
It does mean
yeah.
he skips his action this turn.
But the thing is, he is going to have that action. But skipping that action guarantees you can land the thermal detonators on them.
That's true.
That's what I'm thinking. Because frankly, you're almost never going to get a good chance to mine Dash very much anyways. It's very rare that you'll land good shots on him just because it's Dash. Like, setting up to actually hit him with stuff with a detonator is almost impossible.
Yeah.
Also, that detonator is probably going to tag the Lothal Rebel. The Lothal Rebel, like, if you go a short distance with number 1 there,
Yeah.
like, number 1 is still, like, it's not a great angle for the mine, though, because a thermal detonator is a bomb, sorry. Like, it's not a great angle for the bomb. Like, it's, like, this is the thing that's tricky about bombs. You only have so much control over your ability to deliver them because your opponent's maneuvers aren't always completely predictable. And sometimes they just happen to be at the wrong angle and in the wrong positioning, and it's very difficult to set up.
Yeah.
And the payoff is just not a lot. It's like, great, I perfectly predicted where you were and I outflew you completely. Take 1 damage.
And a stress token.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
For 3
again-
points.
Against this Lothal Rebel, not super relevant. Against, you know,
Sure, against a like a
ace.
Fel, yeah, that's gonna hurt,
pretty
but
good. I would
when are you ever going to hit Fel with a thermal detonator?
yeah.
You'd have to block him
You'd have to Coronet him the turn before.
or something, yeah. You'd have to counter net him while he's stressed because otherwise he's just going to like
Yeah.
boost and roll out.
Yeah. Well, he's usually stressed.
Yeah, it's very hard to line up otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I might actually be tempted here if I was Jeremy to go for the Prox Mine just because there's no guarantee. Like you say, Dash can probably get out of this with a roll.
Yeah.
So he may well get
Regardless.
the Rebel, but yeah, what,
Yeah.
1 or I guess 2 damage with Sabine, still not super relevant.
Yeah. Regardless of what he does, it's very awkward because if he drops a mine, the ghost is going to move first and it's going to hit the mine probably because they're both pointed in the same spot.
Yeah, it depends if he's gonna try and, you know, do a hard left with the VCX to get it out the way.
I wouldn't just because, like, frankly, I'd be perfectly happy to have the VCX take the damage and just keep shooting. Because you're winning the damage race. Half of Jeremy's health is gone already, and with the fact that nobody has any agility in this matchup, that just means he wants to race.
Yeah.
Like, racing is to his advantage.
I suppose the problem is that if the VCX just goes straight, then he's probably blocking,
Blocking dash, yeah.
and then Dash will get no actions, and
Yeah, because he's been blocked, yeah. It is an awkward
Yeah.
position for Clay, but it's much more awkward for Jeremy. Frankly, the Ghost could just grab like a 5k and be out of the way.
depends on what number 1 does.
Yeah, and then his Auto Blaster turn will be relevant. Woo, 5k! And well, that's the other thing. Like number 1, I would look to use him to block and drop Thermal Detonator or something out the back.
Yeah.
But not a good spot. Not a good spot for either player. It's awkward for them to do what they want to do. So I guess it's even. Except for, Clay being already at the halfway mark for the damage race.
It's interesting though. I like watching players who aren't used to playing against bomb lists suddenly having to think a little differently about what they're doing.
Yeah, but for me, with this against this kind of bomb list, with this kind of list, I would just go full speed ahead, damn the torpedoes.
Alright. Looks like those dials are set.
Indeed. Jeremy has a lot to chew on during the activation phase.
Yeah. Is dropping a thermal detonator at the back of 2. I guess hoping to block dash.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe he's doing the hard 2 with
That's the only way to get Dash to hit that thing, because the detonator doesn't blow until after Dash has moved. So,
yeah.
and that is the problem with the bombs. You don't know what they're gonna hit. Yeah. Because he obviously is not going to be able to slam around with number 2 to get in the way.
No.
I like the idea of bombs, it's just that, like Ordnance before Wave 8, they were just a little too inefficient to see much use.
Yeah.
I think they're still just a little too inefficient.
Yeah, against lists with a lot of hit points.
Struggling, yeah. Bombs simply don't do enough damage against these sorts of big, beefy hull ships. I mean, sure, being able to two-shot Fel is hilarious, but it's useless against the 16 of the Lothal Rebel here. And that's just not helpful. This is the problem. Like, he is Ion, so that is a guaranteed block.
Yeah. Of course, it does mean that he's only going to get the one shot on dash this turn.
Yeah, but as long as the guy is getting to shoot at something, I think he's okay.
We'll see. That VCX might be bumping him as well.
Actually, if the VCX bumps him, I don't know how it's lined up, but there's this tiny chance that Dash will end up hitting the VCX. I'm not sure. Probably not, actually, no. He's going to slam. Oh, not like
Seeing
that.
if he can slam.
Well, the thing is, he will attempt to execute the maneuver.
And then he can drop. I guess. Level con on it? Right.
Yeah, he can't. That one has the.
Brought to mine, yeah.
Yeah. So, it's worth noting the defending player does roll it, so it's useful for pop aces.
Yes, I've had that before against Chris. Help aces, turn one of them down to a blank.
Yep.
So 2 more because of Sabine.
Yep.
So
We'll knock the shields off.
are down. I believe,
So Jeremy's on the board for points.
it's actually tied right now.
Yep. You're gonna get a nice hop, but unfortunately, Clay may have misjudged this one. Yep. This is not the turn Clay wanted at all. Yep, you hit all of them. Right, so
Yeah. So they've technically should roll.
yeah, the other order.
But
It's in this case, I believe it's academic. Now, the moment of truth. Did Jeremy actually block? Because I think the slam may have actually pulled him out of a block position.
I think you're right, but
Nope.
no.
No good. Oh, looks like he's going to actually get the dream. He is going to both block with the K-Wing and successfully get the Prox Mine off. So no, not going to be in action this turn. Start of combat. Thermal detonator.
Let's measure, see if he catches himself with it. Does not.
He's got a thermal detonator.
So, damage and stress on dash puts him down to full hull.
Yep. The K-Wing gets out fine. All
So
right.
that actually has worked out pretty well for Jeremy.
Yeah.
He got the Prox Mine
Yep.
and thermal detonator.
He's not letting Clay race.
And
HLC is 2, so not terrible. Not great.
so 2 off number 2.
2 off of number 2. Hit points are vanishing. That's the only attack he's going to make, so...
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're getting a couple dice back here out of...
Jeremy be reasonably happy with that, with Clay landing on that rock.
Oh, yeah. Going to fire on dash. Going for the long shot. Going for the harder shot, rather. It's going to be 1.
Indeed it.
And dash will be fine.
I wish our lights weren't shining right on the dice.
Maybe get a little diffusion screen to go over it.
Yeah.
A little roof for the dice. A little roof. Alright, well, actually, the number 1 Warden can actually just grab a 1 and drop a Prox Mine again.
Yeah.
And have a reasonable expectation of that doing something here.
Yeah.
Because it's going to hit. I mean, obviously, a detonator isn't going to hit, but a Prox Mine is guaranteed to hit. Just like grab a 1 straight, or even just bank away, and it will still probably hit.
Yeah. That's actually a pretty good option. It's
Yeah.
good.
Because it will actually just land on dash, it'll go off right away, so...
Yeah.
And I think he's got to do it. Like, he's got to drop that Prox Mine. He's got to fish for the extra damage. I mean, once it's removed, it's a guaranteed point. And then the Prox Mine itself, well, is very unlikely to do 0.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a 1 in 8 to do 0.
you would hope it's going to be two or
Yeah.
3.
It's got a 50% chance to be 2. And then hopefully you can just get that last hull point with the primary. Because Dash can't arc dodge a K-Wing. I mean, he doesn't care very much about what a K-Wing does to him, but he can't arc dodge it.
Yeah.
He's got no... He's got a lot of options, though, for maneuvering. Because he's no longer Ion, he's no longer controlled, he's got a lot of options. So, I feel like it's also going to be on Jeremy to figure out exactly how he wants to position this. One cute option is to slam... is to go for a hard 2, slam, and try and drop a counter net, but again, the VCX is going to hit it. Depending, actually, if he does the serpentine hard 2 left, hard 2 right,
Yeah, that might work.
I don't know if he can get past that VCX, though. That's the awkward part. I don't know if he can. I don't think he can.
Yeah.
Yeah, from up here on the screen, it looks like it's possible because of the angling, but
Yeah.
going over and looking at the board a little, I don't know if that's going to happen. Oh, if he could do it, it would be glorious.
Yeah. I guess, if he does number 1 first and sees how much damage, if it's only 1 remaining.
Yeah. I don't think number 2 can do it, though, so... Yeah. Well, he's only got to do 3 damage from mines to kill it without firing at it, so...
I mean,
Or, well, doing damage by firing at it. He's already fired at it, so...
one terrible roll from Clay, and it could be over for damage.
Yeah. The question is, can the VCX chip through it alone? I have to admit, I called this one very, like, just because of the way the initial turns played out. I felt this was very much in favor of Clay, but the subsequent turns have actually seen Jeremy execute some very, very strong munition, like bomb placements. So,
Yeah. As I was saying when we chatted earlier, if he could get in amongst it without losing his ship, then he would actually have a chance to control the game. He did lose the stress hog. If he kept that for one more turn, then this could be definitely in his favor. But
yeah. This set of turns are the critical ones. Can Dash get out of the K-Wing trap? We are about to find out.
I guess if Jeremy can finish off Dash, then Clay would have to kill both K-Wings to get a win.
Yep.
Killing one would make it a tie based on the league rules.
Yep. It's very unfortunate that asteroid was there. Otherwise, like there would have been an extra set of shots coming out of the VCX, probably doing some more damage to that number one and keeping up in the race. But these last couple of turns have been so bad for the damage race for Clay.
So, using the intel agent.
Yep. Now he knows. He knows.
As predicted.
Yep.
Straight one.
Did you guys decide on his names?
Always. Always.
Without
come
fail.
over. So, it looks like
There's a Proxmine.
Proximine. Kaboom. So, 3 dice. 2 hits. Plus 1 makes 3. Dash is clinging on.
Yep. Unfortunately, I don't think he had the move in him to get there. So. Looks like he's That's not an unreasonable choice. Setting up to net the VCX, control it a little. Or not. Just looks like he's just going to scoot past. Alright, focus.
So, Proxmines are used.
Yep.
And
They're fully expended. Yeah.
was it number 1 who used?
Number 1 is out of Proxmines. No thermals have been dropped. And number 2 has one
dropped.
Connor gone.
It did drop.
Number 2 dropped a thermal.
Yeah, so number 2 has dropped 1.
Yep. Alright, so Dash is, well, at least he's finally clear. So he gets to shoot. Too bad he can't evade. Well, he's not likely to remove number 1 before it shoots, so I would just token up and hope. At the very least, I would be grabbing a focus token for the defense here. Number 1 does actually have few enough hit points he could be removed before it shoots. Number 1 has 5 health, and he's got a VCX pointed at him. And that HLC is a thing, so
Yeah.
And number 2 is not going to be shooting because he grabbed a slam, so...
Yeah, it was an interesting choice. I guess he was going for position for next turn, but
Yep.
I might have been tempted to hold off just to make sure I
Stay
got a
put.
shot on Dash.
Yeah, stay put and shoot. Yeah, at this point you really, really need Dash to drop. And now he's not in a position where you're going to be able to effectively mine him. And frankly, the 4 straight, I think that's what you looked at with the Intel agent, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to jump a little further away to make sure he's got that extra range against the primary. I might look to focus. Just to be absolutely sure. And not... And, ooh, he's going to go for the aggressive play. Alright. Well, no. It's not the worst choice. I mean, this is the more aggressive variation.
Two hits, spending the target lock.
Ouch, that's 4.
Hits.
Yeah,
throw
that's
rocks.
probably worth it. Yeah. Oh, there's a blank, so nothing.
Nothing.
The positioning for next turn? No, I don't think it was worth it at all.
So 4 is on number 1.
Yep.
It was a crit then, wasn't it?
Uh,
Oh, okay.
You rolled a crit on the first one.
but
and
HLC'd it.
turn it down.
That's great. My bad. Sorry.
Looks like a dead K-wing to me.
Range 1 target locked shot? I think so. Yeah, I don't think that slam from position was worth it. I would have, like you, I would have held back to take the shot. Yeah, that's toast. This is just unnecessary. This is just gilding the lily.
That is a dead K-wing.
It's putting a golden lining on the cloud of smoke that the K-Wing has become.
So,
Now Clay's play is to just run like hell with Dash and bring the VCX in to smack it around. Because like there's no way he can get a mine off. Dash can actually just grab like a hard 3 here.
yeah.
Dare the K-Wing to come fight him. Pick up a focus token.
Yeah, it's really tricky now.
Yeah, this is Sabine, but he's not going to get a chance. He's not going to get much of a chance to drop any explosives here, because to turn back in, well,
Yeah, I think even a 3-bang kind of slam for a 3.
yeah,
Dash is still
it's still going to get him to about where Dash's dial is, and I don't think Clay is going to turn in.
No.
I really don't. I would expect a hard one out of the VCX and like a 3 away from Dash here. After all, Dash doesn't have to worry about obstacles. He won't die to them. Yeah, Jeremy's going for it hard because he's not going to do damage without getting in close with these K-Wings. That is their downside. They do nothing at range 3. And they don't do a whole lot at range 2. You basically need to be in their face with the K-Wing to get anything out of them. Yeah, Jeremy's trying to figure out what to do. Is it worth it? And the answer is no, probably not. Because there's nothing he can do here. I think he has to slam just because he has to get in close. Like, he has to do it just to have a hope of dropping a mine ever.
Yeah.
Like, whatever Dash does, that primary is not likely to work. 2 against 3 with likely a focus is probably not going to do crap.
Yeah.
So he's going to just hope that he can survive this turn. Yeah. Yep. Well, that's interesting. The heart. That looks like a 2. Well, that'll get him a little distance and bring the VCX in a little closer. I suppose the VCX can go on mind stealthing duty. It's got 15 health, so...
Yeah. Does not take damage from me.
Yeah. Yep. And Dash did exactly what I expected him to do. Scoot away.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing for Jeremy is, even if Dash stayed right there,
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
not going to do
know
shit.
that he could get a bomb dropped on Dash just
No.
with that rock in the way.
Yeah, what I would be looking for Dash here is I would roll or boost and take a focus. And then just let the HLC shot lie where it does. Or he's going to do both and just not want to trade shots at all. Rely on the DCX to do all the work. Dash, so lazy. I know his ship is burning down around his ears, but come on. Don't let the Lothal Revel do all the work. Also, not having tokens and still being in range, well, not optimal, actually. Good shot, though. Pretty good shot.
Let's see if we can change the angle on that.
Ouch.
dice hammer for
That's going to be
this.
3.
There's
yeah.
3. So
Yep.
Shields down.
And a point into hull.
Oh,
Ouch.
oh boy.
Those are some pretty good natural dice rolls there.
Is that a dead? That is a dead. Okay,
Yep. Yep.
and that was the handshake.
We shouldn't have removed those because you've got another game coming up.
That's a good point. So,
Oops.
so that was interesting. I think it looked a little more one-sided at the end than it could have been. If the stress hog had lasted one more turn, maybe got a shot, maybe got 1 point of damage. That's all Dash ended
I think it
with.
was his overcommittal to the one side of the board.
Yeah, yeah,
And then Clay managed to get past him and get to the other side.
yeah.
With that one K-Wing doing nothing for several turns. And that's the thing, like this list, it cannot afford to have one of its ships that far out of position for that long because it needs to be up close with its ships to do anything.
Yeah, you need to have them in tandem with each other so that if one Cononats, then the other one's there to capitalize the next turn.
The other K-Wing was just not useful.
Yeah, it's difficult to play a bomb list effectively,
Yep.
but you know, one health left for Dash, and if that,
Yeah.
you know, if he'd gone down, then
Yeah, if he'd gone
Two
down with the
K-Wings
K-Wings
on-
up, with a pair of K-Wings up, they could have actually slowly whittled the Rebel down.
yeah, you know, with the time the way it was, I think probably it would have just gone to time and been a draw.
Possibly, yeah.
I feel like the Ghost could have finished off the one,
Yeah.
but
Now it's time for reversal, or of initiative anyway.
well,
Or is it-
Jeremy has a 99.
Oh, he has the bid.
So,
Right. All right. So he continues to have the choice,
yeah,
and there we are.
which obviously is only relevant for the
Placement.
obstacles, but-
Yeah.
So, for anyone who has not watched before and seen our league games, they are 2 games per match, so the guys are just setting back up again.
Yep.
for
It's a
game
best of 2.
It's a best of 2. 2 points for a win in a game, so in theory, there's 4 points up for grabs.
Yep.
There is no modified win. Anything that is within 11 points counts as a tie, and both players get 1 point for that. So that being a clear victory for Clay, he is 2 points to the good, and they're going to play the second game.
Yep. At best, Jeremy can hope to even it up for points, but, well,
So
this league isn't super important, so.
it is important. We've got awesome prizing. We've actually got more of Paul's Ultimate Art cards to give away.
Oh, which one is this one?
The same one that we gave at regionals, so the Inquisitor cannon.
But wasn't that just the participation for this league, though?
Well, it is, but
So,
we also
that doesn't
have
seem-
we also have Clay's wooden trays.
Yeah, well, I don't think Clay cares too much about that one.
Doesn't want to win one of his own trays. Can deny it from someone else. Yeah.
Well, I guess he's not paying for the engraving on the plaque, so there's that.
It'll be one that I won't ever sell. How's that sound?
So, pretty much ready for deployment, so we will switch it.
All right, they've changed up the deployment of the.
I guess I should have reset everything while we were chatting.
Yeah. I really need some water. You want anything?
Sure, I'll have a water. Let's see. Just gonna reset everything.
If you're on a quest when combat ends, you may clear one additional white dot after the black dot.
Okay. I think that should be everything back up. Some for the Twitch chat. I actually don't know how many Chris has got left. Let's see. I'm gonna get the timer going again.
Well, looks like Jeremy's clustering up a whole lot more this time around.
Yep.
Yeah, the problem with Kian is that B-Wing aces are not efficient.
Yeah, I love Kian. For like casual games, he's my go-to guy.
I really like him. It's just that if you spend that many points on a
Dies.
B-Wing, something just points dice at him and he goes away. Like 10 Numb is also a hilarious counter to the aces with a Mangler cannon, but I ran into him once at store championships and was not at all concerned because I just pointed TLTs at him and he went away, and that is the problem.
Yeah.
And against like the jump masters now, it's like, oh, I will take an uncancelable crit against my 4 shields. I am so sad. And then I will blow him away with torpedoes.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with the B-Wings. With this sort of firepower running around, well, his shields can't repel it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a return to just the naked blues or something, and go for.
The problem is the Naked Blues will lose a B-Wing straight up in the first engage with the jump masters.
Yeah.
And then they just and the turrets will remain effective. It basically is 2 torpedoes per B-Wing to kill them, because that plasma is always going to knock off like 4 shields.
Right. I think that's why we started seeing the.
Sometimes it can take 5 shields off, and then the B-Wing's like, shit!
We did see some of the rookies with R2 Astromechs and integrateds instead of blues.
Yeah, that extra green die is actually relevant against, kind of relevant against torpedoes. But yeah, so looks like Jeremy's going to remain a little closer together this time around. Or at least he's starting closer together in any case. He's going to go for a little dispersal, and I think that's correct because it creates a much larger zone of, haha, I can bomb you here. But I don't think he wants to split up and the way he did in the last one.
Yeah. I'm gonna be lazy and just label number 1. The other K-Wing is number 2.
Yeah, well, that's what I do. So you wouldn't have this problem if you hadn't deleted them.
Yeah. It's all good. That's what happens when Chris isn't here. I delete my numbers.
No, it's when we don't have Chris here to do the grunt work.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's best at, the grunt work.
Yeah. We should just, permanently force him into the production side. Get him out of camera shot, push him off to the side.
Yeah, just staple him to the laptop.
No one can understand his accent anyway.
Yeah, where is that from? Wigan?
It's a Wigan accent.
Yeah. What's your accent? Where are you from?
I'm from Preston, which is about 30 miles away from Wigan. But they have...
Better language schools?
Well, they have a significantly different accent, and I never had a particularly strong Preston accent out in the first place. And I've spent many a year living in other places, so I think it's flattened out a little bit.
Yeah.
If I went back to Preston now, they would probably think it was American or something.
Trying to mock them.
Yeah. Like, all my friends back home think I sound Canadian now. I don't know.
Well, there's degrees of accent.
Canadians think I sound British. British people think I sound Canadian. I'm just one of those mutants now, I guess. I have no place. Yes, they would.
Only if you weigh as much as a stone. Or sorry, as much as a
duck.
A duck.
Yes, they're a little backwards in Preston, so pretty sure they still do burn people.
But fire is so cleansing.
No Game of Thrones spoilers.
I don't watch Game of Thrones.
No inadvertent Game of Thrones spoilers.
I haven't watched since like season 3. If you haven't watched season 3 yet, you don't care.
It's true.
And frankly, I was thinking of it from, well, fire purges the witch, the mutant, the heretic, the Xenos. Xenos filth.
Oh yes. I'm a little behind on my 40k lore.
Yeah, we could tell. But yeah, what Jeremy is apparently looking to do here is to prevent a united front,
Yeah.
so that all of his ships are pointing in the same direction. With the Y-wing in the center, and it forces Dash to jump one direction to dodge the Tresshog. And if he doesn't commit too hard, then once Clay commits, then he can anticipate that and send that K-wing to go drop a mine.
It's being a bit more cagey.
Yeah, because Clay is finally seeing the stupid crap that the list can do, so he's playing around it from the beginning. And honestly, it can do some really irritating crap, so... I mean, if it gets the dream, you get overloaded with stress and ion and keep getting hit by proximity mines. And She's like, why are there explosions everywhere? It's space. How do they hit so much area with explosions? The answer is because 3 dimensions doesn't exist in this game. I don't like that roll though. The VCX blocks off a lot of its frontal pass. It potentially gets him into range of the Y-Wing.
Yeah. I was kind of wondering that.
I don't like it at all. Also, it shows his hand. He's committing very hard to that one angle. So now he knows which way Dash is going to break. And the Y-Wing has plenty of time to split and get that coverage. Jeremy may actually take the rematch here.
But I think Clay's pondering a boost.
I'd go for it. You don't want that Y-Wing shooting you. You just don't. Straight up, you do not want that. That cannot happen. Because otherwise it turns off Dash for far too long.
That looks pretty close. So, Dash has made it out.
Yep. Is that optimal?
Looks out as well.
Not quite optimal. Optimal, I feel, would have been actually getting to smack that thing with an HLC.
Yeah.
4 against 1 to take 2 against 3 back. Fair trade.
I guess the good
The
thing.
health totals are actually the same here overall. 26. Both sides have 26 health.
Yeah, the good thing for Jeremy here is that he knows pretty much where that rebel is going to be.
Yeah, it's gonna smack into Dash is what it's gonna do. He's not really in a position to super exploit that though. But Clay has now shown his hand. He knows which way he's intending to go.
Yeah.
So the Y-Wing has plenty of space to turn in. Now what's fun is the YT-2400 might actually be able to grab a hard 1, boost and roll and cut back inside the Y-Wing if the Y-Wing goes for the hard 2. And if it goes for a bank, it's possible for him to have grabbed a hard 3, roll, and then boost forward and then again slip the arc. So there's a bit of a guessing game here because it is going to rely very much on the maneuvers that each of them has locked in here.
Yeah.
That's the thing about pinning down Dash. It's really bloody hard to do.
Yeah. I mean, it's a similar position to the last game in that now that number 1 K-Wing is a little bit out of the fight.
But it's nowhere near as bad as it was the last time.
It's not as bad, and at this point the Y-Wing have taken a couple of shields off.
He's in a much better position to engage because Dash is not pointing into them, so he can no longer go either direction.
Yeah.
So
Tough choices. Clay is pondering.
yeah, we've got swarms of people out here every Monday.
Yeah.
Not watching the game, but there are swarms of them.
We have, like 3 or 4 tables of people on this immediate area.
Yeah, this whole upper level is kind of full.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anyone in the back room because I can't see it from here, and I didn't look and pay attention when I was coming back, but probably got some people.
And what I should do is I should go and put this live stream on the TV around the corner so that everyone around the corner can watch it as well.
Genius.
I'm sure they would love that.
What we should really do is go into that room and then close it. But, oh well. But then we have plenty of confused people coming in through the back entrance and going, what's going on? How come we can't get in here? And that would have its own problems.
What we really need is to be in the room that is directly behind us through that door. But,
Isn't that full of crap?
yeah. It's a storage room for the place that rents the other side of the building from us. And I've been wanting to claim it back for a while so that we could use it as a studio, but sadly not.
This used to work for an electrical supply store and sold them cable once. They were kind of annoying about getting it. So, there's your excuse. Something that happened like 5-10 years ago.
Yeah.
So long ago. So totally relevant. Alright, he's going for a relatively aggressive bank. I don't like that, actually. The more conservative the bank, the harder it is for Dash to get out. But, well.
I think he's trying to not push ahead too far so that
Yep.
he can get his other K-Wing back in. And just
Yeah, he doesn't want to split up too much.
slowly kind of force Dash into a corner.
Yeah. Well, if that slab lands, not a terrible position. Not pointed the way he'd really like to be, but
Yeah, I'm not sure I like it.
No, with you.
Given the way Dash is going,
no.
I was not sure. Every time we play games, you kill me.
That's the real question. VCX is just perfectly happy to go in there and face tank and smack things around with its primary.
yeah.
Because what does it care, right? Oh no, I'm stressed. I cannot do actions that I was not going to do anyways. I am so sad.
The beauty of the fire control system here in Solo, you just don't really care.
Yeah, there are no relevant actions. There's just I shoot, I have fire control. Oh, and that's an interesting choice. Dash is going to turn into his own ship, and I don't think he's going to clear.
It's gonna be a close one. Oh, I think he's good.
Just barely.
He's
Seems like he's going to try and use the VCX to scratch the stress hog before letting Dash come into the fight this time.
that's,
That's an interesting choice.
yeah. Let's see if he can boost. I don't think that's gonna fit. Nope. No good.
Well, now we know he can't hard one.
Pretty sure Count Barrel he does.
Nope. Yeah, he's kind of stuck there.
He's out of range for target lock, so yeah.
But, yep. Given that, I think he's okay with that.
Yeah. I guess the only problem being that he's forced into a hard turn next turn. I don't think any bank will get him around that, so. So,
Well, from this position, like, Dash is actually pretty awkwardly positioned because, well, the Y-Wing knows where he's going to go. So the Y-Wing now is actually free to be fairly aggressive and go for that double stress.
She's one of us three.
one shield. Number 2. Yep.
Beast.
A waste! It's carrying outside.
Looks like it's just going to be one. And it's turret back.
Wait, isn't the trick?
And 1 damage.
Well, 1 for 1.
Yeah.
An exactly even trade of hull points is actually an exactly even trade.
They're both down to
25 of 26 health. 4% damage.
Yeah, I think Jeremy's definitely not too unhappy with the way that turned out.
Yeah, Dash is in a rather awkward spot now. I feel like he can definitely get that stress hog in. I would look for the 2 bank, I believe. Maybe the 3. Green maneuver through a asteroid?
Through debris.
Yeah, you still get a stress because check pilot stress is after the green maneuver. Or sorry, the check pilot stress step is
It's
yeah. I can't explicitly enunciate the timing, but I know you still wind up with it.
Man, 1, 2, 3.
I've got the 3, the 2, and the 4. Oh, I have. I just need the 4. The other one. Oh God, no, give it to somebody else.
I'll go with you. I'll take the
That boost for free.
And yeah, here we are.
doesn't mean anything.
I think the VCX just crawls forward to try and block off space for next turn.
yeah. So,
I'll take the
Really, not much more to say on this turn.
2.
Just a matter of seeing what is coming out of that maneuver.
If you have 12, would that be
I'll just take this.
Yeah, you would do the job.
You're loyal.
Okay, take it.
I'm going back to camp.
I took a like point to confuse somebody.
yeah.
All right.
So, just to clarify, on debris cloud, it specifically says after the check pilot stress
Yeah.
step.
So
you
that's
get
what I thought.
stress.
Yep. But if you were already stressed, there's no point where you have 2 stress then.
Yeah.
All right, so that's going to be a slam out of the 1K wing to block the VCX. Anticipating the block by blocking.
Yeah, I like that.
Who would have thought, right? I don't know, it does seem like a reasonable idea. Oh shit, I can magnetize these idiots. Oh, that is the bank, and that is a fairly aggressive shot out of the K-wing to try and set up. Now see, like, he's being much more clustered, and he's cutting off a lot more space for him.
So no damage.
Yeah.
Does take the stress.
Unless you're Patrick, going over obstacles, or going over debris clouds is pretty safe. Even then, it's his own damn fault for not shuffling.
So,
If anyone wants to know what I mean by that, go look up our first game from the regionals that we had just about a week ago.
yeah.
Has Chris uploaded those to YouTube yet? I don't believe he has.
Not. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
It might still be in the Twitch channel,
Yes.
like past broadcasts,
yeah.
hopefully.
Yeah. That was a fun game. Game 1 from the regional.
Yeah. Well, went down to the very last round of time, so
The very last shot.
yep.
Patrick forgetting to roll the extra evade die for range.
And shuffle his damage deck.
That's the next step.
That one seems more relevant to me, honestly.
So, here's Dash.
Dash gonna dash.
Don't know that he can fit.
Now the
that
Wild Wing only
far.
grabbed the 2, so he can actually get out of this if he wants, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, careful there, big guy.
could probably boost and then barrel roll.
I would
know,
actually
rock.
look to target lock the Y-Wing right now and see if he's in. I'm not sure. Well, actually, looking at it from the table, maybe he knows he's in. So I would boost forward and roll out. Ooh, not boost into him though. I don't think I would have boosted into him. Oh,
I think he was hoping to be able to
yeah.
roll the other side of the rock.
Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to.
That's close.
Yeah. I think I would just roll back here and try and guarantee the Y-Wing being out. Because that Y-Wing is going to get smacked. Hopefully. Hopefully.
From Clay's perspective.
Look at that house.
He declared not using Dash's ability for that roll. So...
I think technically he's supposed to declare that.
no, actually, he is supposed to declare it on an action-by-action basis,
Is it?
according to the FAQ. I would have ruled the opposite way, but apparently it is on a case-by-case basis, so you actually can do it for a specific action. It's a little odd to me, but yeah, so it goes.
Has that got him out of range of the Y-Wing? That is the question.
Yep. Well,
Dash should be stressed.
well, he can measure range now, so
And it is in range, so
yep.
so 3.
Yep. So all Jeremy has to do is keep the Y-Wing alive this turn.
Spend
Double
that
focus? Yeah, absolutely spend it there.
So 1 shield down.
Yep.
Full Rebel also.
Yep. Good solid crack at it.
That is one of 8, so
That's
one
not
more.
bad. That is not bad at all.
That will be a happy Jeremy.
Mm-hmm.
HLC
Here we go.
and a 4 dice primary on a Y-Wing, they only took 2 damage.
Yep. His fate is sealed. Well, not really. But no, that actually getting distressed with the stress hog is a big factor.
Oh, huge.
It's actually very relevant here.
Yeah. Nothing.
Goose egg! Oh well, what do you expect?
So 3 hits. Damage on dash. Shot number 2. Just the 1 damage, but 2 extra stress. That was the main thing.
And now Dash is shut down. Like his maneuvering is much more predictable now. Unfortunately, that's always going to be the consequence here. Like, I think again Clay was trying to get away with not getting a double stress. and it just didn't work out. And this is where the Kanan version falls down a little, because Kyle's no longer there to guarantee always a focus token, even when double stressed.
Yeah.
But, well, there's always a trade-off. Always a trade-off.
And I think, to be fair, stress hogs aren't really too common these days, so...
This is true. It's actually one of the things that has been helping Dash come back into the meta. The simple fact that there are no stress hogs. Because the jump masters made them go away. Those of you who hate stress hogs, you're welcome.
It's just funny, given that in Calgary there really aren't that many U-boats around.
But there's tons of stress hogs. But everyone who was going to run them was like, oh no, what if I get paired against Calvin, and just didn't do it. So
Yeah.
they should not have worried so much about that at regionals, but well.
So not a whole lot of damage that round, but crucially, Dash is now triple stressed.
Yep. He's not going to have any sort of modifiers for the next 2 turns at least, and that Y-Wing is going to have a fairly easy time staying on him.
Yep.
Now, I think the goal here is to bring the VCX and the YT around in such a way that he can erase the Y-Wing before it gets to stress another time. Because if it gets to do it again, well... that is going to be a very long period of misery for Dash. And really at this point, well...
So while they're pondering, it doesn't look like we have any other players lined up for after this match. And I know both these guys are going to be
taking
running
off
away. We'll still get him in for a chat afterwards. I think Clay said he had something to show.
Yeah.
But then beyond that, if no one else happens to be here, then Calvin and I will probably jump over onto the table ourselves to run something. So if anyone out there has a list they would like one of us to play, let us know. Otherwise we'll just pick whatever we want.
Yep.
Something with Death Rain. I have a list. I could do that. It would probably be terrible because it's containing Death Rain, but
Well, that's what you get for running Death
well,
Rain.
the funny thing is, I've played it 3 times, and I'm 3-0 with it, but it's only been casual, silly games, so I don't think that is any kind of indicator whatsoever.
It can be hard to evaluate. Both of our players here are chewing on their options quite a bit, so...
There we go.
Yeah.
Getting it in there with the K-Wing.
Uh-huh.
So that presumably
Yeah.
we can try and drop some bombs.
I would look to be using number 2, the second K-Wing there, just to try and block off the VCX from being able to turn around to defend the Y-Wing a little. In an attempt to defend the Y-Wing. So just a hard 2 out of it, but I don't know. What did Clay do?
Prince Zyzor with a Z95 Swarm. Hello, Asti, Lone Wolf, BB-8 Auto Thrusters.
Tycho, Push,
Tycho.
Daredevil. Ugh.
Experimental Interface Prockets. And Sabine. Predator and
Hypermobile rebels.
Let's see. So, I'm gonna
Well, if you
remove
want to try that.
this floorboard, just so we can see what's going on a little better. Yeah, we'll have a think. See what Calvin wants to fly. And
I'd like to fly something I actually have flown at some point, so rather than going, oh, wait, that's not how this list works at all. Shouldn't do that.
Alright, well, I will pick one of the lists that you guys suggest, and Calvin will fly
Something.
something good.
Well, something that is at least mediocre.
And we'll see how badly I get crushed.
Dropping a prox mine. Reasonable.
That's pretty good.
But probably will block him onto it from that position, so.
The last dash did the hard right. It's the old measuring with hands thing. That is a question that has been raised a few times.
Yeah, because your hands have to be present in the field of play, it's really hard to be able to enforce this one. Just because, like, you're carefully hovering. You can just argue that, you know, they're just carefully hovering their hand over to try and get a hold of the miniature without actually touching the wrong thing, so it can be very difficult to tell when someone is actually measuring and someone is just trying to get their positioning better, get their ship correct,
Yeah,
without knocking anything over.
I think in a higher level event,
Yeah.
you know, you would be within your rights to ask your opponent, hey, can you stop doing that, or, you know, potentially call a judge to get them to observe. In a casual setting like this, it's probably not going to be something that
Yeah.
is too concerned about.
Yeah, just don't be a dick is the thing. But, well, it was actually pretty ideal. The Y-Wing is the one blocking the VCX,
Yeah.
so it's not going to be able to be shot at. So it's definitely going to get to stress again.
So, let's see.
Yeah.
I tried to get out of that.
Yep.
And
It's going to be a good, clean block.
so if we can get him on the rock, that would be ideal. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
So,
That is perfect.
No, anything from the rock. Yeah. Put him on the rock.
so yeah.
Yeah. He's not shooting. That's it, but he's not shooting. So.
Mine goes off.
Boom! Explosion!
So 3 total.
Good clean hit.
That is nice.
Not a good spot for dash.
Yeah.
Not at all.
That was a very good turn from Jeremy in terms of positioning.
Yep.
No shot from Dash. He is on the rock. Took
Yeah.
3 damage from the prox mine.
Thanks to Sabine. And now we are on to the VCX trying to take a chunk out of something.
I guess that is going to be a choice between auto blaster turret on K-Wing number 2 or a primary on.
Yeah.
It is challenge 3.
Yeah. So it'll be 4 against 2 or 2 against nothing.
It's going for the Auto Blaster.
Ah, natural 2.
And it was on number 2, the one that took one earlier.
Kirax says, eh? Be careful what you wish for.
So, this definitely going more towards Jeremy's way. Stress Hog doing its thing.
Yep.
Double blanks.
Good thing you're not relying on damage from it. Not on this list.
It's number 4. So you got 3 cards before the sword. So we can go
TLTs, 1. Evaded.
Not really great TLT shooting there.
1 more shield.
Yep.
So, that is half points for dash.
Yep. Not a much better start for Jeremy.
I'm still gonna leave that
Scoreboard down,
off.
yeah.
But suffice to say, Jeremy is now 29 points ahead.
Yeah, this time it was much better executed. If he brings down Dash, then Clay is in a very bad position. No, he's going for it. That's 2.
3 dice. 2 evades.
Well, that'll help him.
You look like a nail wants to see a list with Kirax's and a pony.
Kirax is in a pony?
5 cartel marauders.
Yeah, that's not happening.
No. Sarisu plus Juke plus Tractor Beam, Title, and Hull.
Ugh.
3 Kirax with Crack Shot.
It started with Sarisu, so no.
Oh, that's, you know.
I don't know if you want to fly it. I might be able to rustle up something with Kirax's, but
Not Sarisu with them.
no. Not so much Sarisu. Hey, just throw out ideas, whatever sticks. Like something might.
Yeah. Yeah, that list actually sounds like it's
Yeah, but
potential. I mean,
a lot of lists I have seen be wonderful for 1 or 2 games.
oh,
So
if you think Nicholas's list at regional had the Ruthless Freelancer with Tractor Beam and 4 Zeds
yeah,
and the Hawk
yeah, that just wouldn't care.
with a similar idea, I believe, of, you know, you Tractor Beam,
Yeah,
reduce the agility, and then hit it with everything else.
yeah. Or then there's the Decimator. Yeah, the Decimator just don't care.
Oh yeah.
It totally wins that damage race by slapping your Kiraxes out of the sky.
Yeah, there were a few floating around in our regional.
In the dying days of Wave 7, double decimators was a thing. In the dying days of, like, Store Champ season.
Bill ran his double decimator list.
He did alright.
Yeah, not amazing.
No, not amazing, but then again, that was because he didn't really, like, optimize it. I don't believe he ended up with a gunner,
Yeah.
which is kind of important on the double decimator build.
Yeah, there definitely weren't too many around.
Yeah, they're still popping up once in a while with Vader as an ace hunter.
Yeah.
Because, well, here, Fal, take a crit. That's always good. Because there's always Fal. Although it's less so now, there's still almost always Fal. Or something like Fal. Now here, I would be looking for number 1 to just, like, do something else that blocks straight maneuvers, like a hard 2 here. And drop a mine.
Yeah.
Because it's funny.
Does have another prox mine on board.
Yep. I don't know if number 2 is going to want to drop a mine, but... Like, Dash is so heavily stressed by now, I don't know what he's going to do. I might actually look for a 3-bank out of him here. It's the one maneuver that the other other rebel list has a lot of trouble getting at him with.
One bourbon, one scotch, and one beer.
Yeah, that one's gonna have to be you. I don't drink.
I don't drink either, so you guys are barking up the wrong tree here. Chris is away.
Yeah, the alcoholic is somewhere on the road. I don't think he's watching. That makes this less fun.
No, he said he would probably try, but if he's driving, then
Yeah.
kind of hard to watch. You could have the audio on.
Yeah, but that chews through data. Like, seriously eats it.
No Chris, so it's less fun to just keep abusing him because he's not here to watch. Although we can watch the recording, so we can still all choose to abuse Chris.
That's the dream. Alright, looks like he's just going to actually just grab the 1-bank and throw out that prox. Explosions!
Oh yeah, here we go. Another proc.
Yeah, that is a crit.
See one stress to it.
Ha ha ha. Oh, thrust control fire. It so doesn't matter until it does.
So
Yeah, Dash isn't doing anything ever. I think you will die before you clear so stress.
yeah, definitely. So that was the other prox mine. So yeah, down to 3, and I mean the interesting thing in terms of the league is that if Jeremy kills Dash, then the only way Clay wins is if he can kill both K-Wings. That's exactly 70 points, which would give him a win. Or
Yeah.
the whole list.
Of course.
And if,
Because that does include both K-Wings.
yeah. But then if Jeremy managed to take half off the Rebel as
Yeah.
well, then...
Yeah, then it's just done. And it's a lawful rebel. You will be able to get half points on it if there is nothing else to shoot at. Unless you are so far behind at that point.
Yeah, I was fully expecting some trolling from Chris tonight. We could find out where he actually is.
Yep.
Maybe he's not on here because he's like dead in a ditch somewhere. Could be.
Yep. Oh hey, he's got a thermal detonator!
Chris did go down to the US, and you know, you're taking your life in your hands down there. Everyone has guns, like everyone. And they're not
You have to pay
afraid
for your
to
health
use
care.
them. Yeah.
We're the only first world country on earth that doesn't have like government mandated, provided health care. And it's just like, what the hell, America? I thought you guys were advanced.
Hey, Stress Hog landed
Yep.
on the
Debris.
debris.
Not like it cares because of all that. It's the Stress Hog, like Dash, is always going to have that massive pile of stress. But unlike Dash, it don't care. That thermal detonator is really also not going to do a whole lot. It's really just going to be damage. Because that Lothal Rebel does not care.
No.
Like, for 2 of the ships on this table, stress is just a number.
Yep.
Oh no, one, sorry.
So, look at that, another bomb.
Yeah. Well, at least he's close enough that he's not going to get double stressed. Only single stressed.
Well, it's down to 4 stress tokens.
Still a bit much.
So, no shot for Dash because they're all in the donut hole. Just checking to see if the Rebel has arc on that K-Wing.
Yeah. He's also been sprinkling damage around. This isn't really looking good for Clay. Like, he's only got 11 minutes to finish things up. So, Dash is probably toast here.
So, Water Blaster.
I'll use one. Alright, that is
2 auto damage.
Shield.
Using auto blaster is all well and good, but
so
So, I'm assuming he was out of arc
yeah.
for the primary.
Yep. And Dash with everybody at range 1 is doing jack all.
So, the Y-Wing.
The Y-Wing cackles maniacally and goes, "Here, have some more stress. Hooray!"
That shit.
it's not worth it anymore.
Yeah, at this point, it doesn't matter
You have
because
10
the
minutes
Y-Wing has
left.
4 stress itself. Doesn't matter. Is it anything other than academic at this point?
So, no damage.
Yeah, hardly matters.
K-Wing. Hit, crit from the K-Wing. That is a dead dash.
See, just staying together made this such a very...
Yeah, that bomb should have gone off as well. Someone just pointed out.
I don't think there's really much to resolve other than, oh, it did a shield to the Rebel.
Not super relevant, but 1 damage.
Yep. That's all it was ever going to do, so... So yeah, given the amount of damage he's going to have to do, I don't see Jeremy losing this unless he just flies off the board.
Yeah, it'll be tough.
But hey, as one StarCraft player pointed out, your opponent can always fall off his chair. And then you can lose. It's always a distant possibility. Probably not going to happen, but well,
So, no further damage.
you can dream.
It was a whiff from K-Wing number 1. So yeah, given that 6 more damage on the Rebel is half points,
Yep.
I think Jeremy will have a hard time not doing that.
What do we
Yep.
have left? 10 minutes? Under 10?
8
7.5 now.
8 minutes. Just gonna sit and stare at his dial.
You lose anyways, so
Yeah, that's
Not gonna
true,
help.
yeah. You have to kill both K-Wings to win.
kill them. Harvest their skulls.
Or a K-Wing and the Y-Wing would get you a draw at this point.
You know, without taking 6 damage.
Without, yeah.
I still have a few more minutes before I gotta leave. Might as well play it out.
Take their skulls. Build a throne.
So I think these two games have demonstrated fairly effectively the awesomeness of a stress hog against dash if it gets to
Yeah, if it gets to
fire
actually
even
shoot.
just once,
Yeah.
then
That's why you don't let it. we
tried.
saw how that went in game 1, though, right?
yeah.
So, and that's exactly what needs to happen.
Jeremy got the approach better this time.
What's that?
Didn't take any damage on the way in, and then when he did take shots, only took 2, which was
Yep.
nice. And he hasn't taken any more damage on it since due to some good flying and walking dash on a rock and
Yeah.
forcing the VCX into a bump.
And there's still plenty of bombs.
There are many thermal detonators still out there.
They'll slowly bleed it to death.
So, Stress Hog now just pretty much out of the fight.
Oh well. What can you do?
Yeah, I mean, even with that guy not involved now, K-Wings should be able to just keep plinking away.
Yep.
Ping another ball.
Because explosions are fun. Honestly, at this point, he doesn't have much reason not to.
Yeah.
He's like, you might as well throw it out. What if you hit it? Or what if he can block you onto it, rather?
Yeah, I think that's the plan. You know, with Sabine, it's a couple points of damage.
Yep.
Oh. Was a
Ooh,
crit.
debris hits.
Stress.
See, this is when thrust control fire you don't care that much about. It's like, oh, I guess I can no longer drop a bomb next turn. I am so sad. Because it's just going to drop a mine anyways, probably.
And another one.
More explosives!
That's like in case he is jumping over.
Yeah. We're long past the point where it matters, really. I feel like we're done here.
So. Roll 4 damage on the debris. No.
And so it's another stress and a damage. Plus 2 damage. 2 damage.
Yep.
Sure you don't want to take that for yourself. This is one enemy ship.
Can't even do it to your own chip for funsies.
Both those thermal detonators exploded.
One does nothing, looks like.
Yeah.
Well, he's gonna try and kill that warden, looks like. Wow. One on
still
5
have-
dice. You think?
That doesn't look too good.
That's 3.
Is that 3 hits?
Well, if he doesn't evade, that's a K-Wing.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Dead K-Wings.
Well, slow down the rate of bleeding him, so that's actually just 1 K-Wing shooting. He may actually get something. Well, he's not going to get anything with only 2 minutes left, but...
Funnily enough, the
Well, if he gets really lucky, he could actually run that last ship down. Get a tie out of it. I'm going to bet it's probably not going to happen, though.
so running
Doesn't
over the
seem like it's
debris
going
and
to.
rolling a crit cost that K-Wing badly.
Yeah, a little bit.
Alright, now I'm gonna remove that. Because there's only 1 K-Wing left alive. 1 minute remaining.
Now is the time. The moment is at hand. Really, we're just seeing what's going to happen here. I mean, this shows exactly how just approaching a game just a little differently can change so much.
Yeah. Yeah, huge difference.
And this is why best of ones are not used in any good competitive sport or esport.
So, another bomb.
Yeah. Because why not?
Might as well. I think he might get half points for the rebel. He's got to do 2
He
damage.
if that bomb goes off, he will, because that's a detonator.
Yeah,
So
I
it'll
don't
deal 1 and deal another 1.
Oh, he's slamming.
Yeah.
I guess that's probably the wise choice. 'Cause
Well, he can't kill that warden. Like, he basically can only kill the gold squadron, and only if he gets some pretty significant luck out of it.
yeah.
Like, he'd have to
All
get
crits.
multiple direct hits out of it, or major explosions. Like,
I was pretty sure.
it could happen. Like, when it's actually running after it like that and getting into range 1, it could happen.
Yeah, I actually would have, if I was Jeremy, done the hard right too with
Yeah.
the Y-wing. Because
The thing is, he doesn't have a target lock, so... Because he killed the ship last turn, so he
Yeah.
doesn't have it locked up.
So the bomb goes away for no damage.
The bomb doesn't hit? Nope. Explosion misses! Bad explosion! Nope. Well, major explosion into major explosion into...
So that was a shield and a crit. Not dead. So that is that.
That is not dead. That is a win for Jeremy.
So, well, so yeah, totally different game that second game, as is so often the case in the league matches that we see.
Yep.
One player sees how the other list works. Often the person that loses game 1
Wins game 2.
wins game 2.
Makes the best of 2s interesting.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, just getting that initial engagement with not taking any damage on the Y-wing, and then managing to catch Dash. That was basically it for Dash then.
And it allows us to answer the question, what if?
Yeah. That game 1.
What I really like about the format, what if?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like the way that it's done. It gives the players a chance to do 2 like immediately back to back. So many times in a tournament, you play against the list, you feel like you flew badly,
Yep.
and you don't get a chance at redemption. It's just like one and done. So
It's the nature of tournaments.
I guess the question now is, would you like to talk to the guys, or do you want me to do that?
Sure, I might as well do it. Then you can go get your stuff.
Okay.
I know where mine is. So.
All right. You guys have time to jump in for a quick chat with Calvin? We'll jump out.
All right. We're going to shift that over a bit. Well, got it to work the second time around. How's
Well,
that
I was a little bit nervous after the first game, but I was able to position a little bit better. My opening was a lot better at the second game, and then I was able to kind of keep Dash on the ropes, as it were.
feel? Yeah. Like the first time we were saying you split up too much, and Dash ended up managing to get behind the Y-wing.
Yeah, I kind of screwed up, and I made one wrong judgment error where Dash was gonna go.
Yeah.
And then after that it was over.
What were you looking to do with the split deployment there in that first game?
I don't know. I was just trying to aim for Dash, and I just called it wrong.
Which is the best part about running Kane and Dash, is there's so many options.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he got lucky, or I got lucky that on that one proximity mine,
Not doing
got
a
a
whole lot.
focus,
Yeah.
and then took the 2 hits, and that was enough to still stay alive, so...
No, the chances of getting the kill on that proximity mine
Pretty low.
was quite low. I needed three basically, yeah.
I think
3
the-
hits or
I
crits.
think the one before that did 1 damage, so...
Well, 50% of 2 or better on 3
Yeah.
dice. 50% of 1 or worse.
It's a lot of bombs to fly through, and
Yeah.
Connor nets, and...
Managed it in game 1, but didn't seem to quite have it in game 2.
No, I think I was a little too worried about the Connor net, so when I turned into the corner, I turned away from the Connor net one, and
Yeah.
I think I might have been able to turn towards the Connor net one, and then take the Connor net, but be going straight back up the side of the mount, and maybe get away from everybody, but got caught with Dash in the corner. That's what happens when you get
Yeah.
caught with Dash in the corner. You die really quickly. So...
I felt like you telegraphed your positioning a little too much with the turn to one side when he was still coming in to engage.
Yeah,
So.
and I realized that as soon as I did it, I'm like, that's not good. Now I've only got a couple of spots to go, but that's okay. I practice for another regionals I'm going to. Still learning the list and all that sort of stuff. So
Well, unfortunately, I don't know if my list is
Good
good of a practice. But
Well, you never know what you're going to run into at a regionals. Sometimes
Yeah.
the strangest things will pop up.
yeah, that's the thing about my list is it's very polarizing. It's really good against some things and really bad against other things.
Yeah, I can imagine like a double decimator list not particularly carrying very much.
Yeah, it doesn't do well against high HP lists in general, but it absolutely destroys ace lists.
Well, it's always going to happen. Like, some things are just a little too skewed to be really viable because
Yeah.
there's just there are just some matchups that just aren't that good. But it was definitely an interesting list to see,
But
especially to
it's-
see, make it seem.
But I really
work.
enjoy flying it. There's nothing like dropping bombs on enemy ships.
Bombs everywhere. That was pretty fun. Even flying into them, it's like, okay, well, what does this bomb do? What does that bomb do? Because I've never used bombs very often. I've never flown against bombs very often. So, at the very least, a guy learns some new
Yeah.
stuff and which bombs to avoid and which bombs you really, what.
Not so bad.
The Ghost doesn't really care about the thermal detonator.
Yeah.
But you don't want to be pointed at the edge of the map and take the corner net. So, yeah, it was a fun list to fly against. I'll say that much. So,
No, it was definitely an interesting matchup to see. So,
well, the current meta, running the Lothal and Dash,
yeah.
still loses against stuff. So, I mean, it's not overpowering and
No, it's
that
still
sort of stuff.
it's a solid archetype, but it's not overpowering
Yeah.
for sure.
And Dash is very unforgiving when you make a mistake and get caught by a stress hog. And
That's why I went Han Rebel instead of Dash Rebel. It's just I just make too many mistakes. I'm too aggressive with them.
yeah, I've learned that over time well, I don't remember it all the time, but to hold back with Dash, not get right up and try to zip past or any of that stuff until you can actually make it. Because if you get caught, Dash is done really easily. So
Yep. And he's also especially vulnerable at range 1. Han still gets to throw a shot at range 1.
yeah.
Saw that cost you a little in the last game there too.
Oh, big
but-
time. There was a few times there where I definitely was wishing I had a range 1 shot weapon to use. Well, whatever.
Yeah. No,
But, yeah. So,
so it goes.
that.
Doesn't look like there are any questions for you guys in the Twitch chat there. So
Should we show some stuff off with Chris not here, or what?
what sort of stuff are you talking about here?
The donation prizing for the both the league and the Player of the Year event is done.
Yes, the shinies with extra room for a plaque.
Yes.
So they are done. They just need to sit open so that the smell comes off of them a little bit. Let's see there.
That looks pretty good.
So I don't remember which ones Chris took and which ones the Player of the Year gets.
So Chris took the dark one and the lighter one.
So,
and
for anybody
those
watching,
two.
that's Black Walnut, Wenge, I think I'm pronouncing that right. And then there's Purple Heart,
Yep.
with room for your names or whatever the guys want to throw on there or whatever.
Yep. So one for each of the two leagues, Jedi and Padawan, and then the other one for the Player of the Year event, which is coming up on June 4th. That is the finals of our Player of the Year series. So we've had the 100-point dogfight, we had Epic, we had Escalation. Final coming up is going to be 100-point dogfight again. The results from the 3 previous events were tallied up. You earned Player of the Year points from each one, and earning enough points would potentially get you stuff in the final, like free entry or buys. Calvin, I tried
I
to.
caught you by surprise with the winning 2 events thing.
Yeah, I tried to make it so that it was theoretically possible to get 2 buys for the final. But in order to do that, you would have to win 2 of the 3 events and make top 4 of the other one.
Or you could
Or-
be second on 2 of them and win the
Or
third.
win 1 and finish second in 2 of them. So I thought, at least that's kind of something to aim for, but I didn't think anyone would do this guy went and spoiled that, so he does have 2 buys for the final. Clay has free entry. You picked up enough
I
points.
think our escalation match, if I had won it, would have gotten me a bye.
Yes.
Yeah.
Instead,
Because you fell down to 4th, I believe.
I dropped
after
out.
the points.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were 3 players in the end who all finished 1 player of the year point shy of getting a bye, but you all do get free entry in the final. So
Whereas I hoard the buys for myself.
yeah, Calvin will make him come on stream and do commentary for rounds 1 and 2, and then
Well, hey, it's what I did at regionals. I'll do it again here. Hopefully, I don't repeat the other half of regionals.
yes, take your bye, come on the stream, and then crash and burn in the actual games.
Yeah, but I don't think we're going to have 6 rounds of Player
No.
of the Year. I don't think that
No.
many people are going to turn out for it.
I think it'll probably be 5 rounds and it cuts top 8. It's probable.
I'm really hoping it's 4, so I only have to win 1.
Yeah, and that was the danger of offering the 2 buys. Was like, okay, if someone does win 2 buys and then we only have 4 rounds of Swiss, that's almost like just saying, here, go in the top 8. But
Well, if it's small enough, then it's only a top 4 cut.
well, that's
So-
true. That's true. So
There
we'll
you
see. We'll see how it goes.
And then you just still have to wait at the top cut, so...
yeah, we were.
Besides, I won 3 events. I should get something out of it.
Yes.
If you're going for a whole these matter as a pile up, it should be relevant.
Yeah. No, that's.
I'm
that's
not
fair.
sure. I'm honestly not sure I would have done buys, but
Right. Well, I mean, this was the first year we've run it. We're gonna do it again next year, but I'll take lessons on board and feedback for what format we might do things next year. But I wanted to try and offer something that was kind of a bunch of events that actually culminated in something rather than just
Yeah.
one-off things.
I definitely liked
I would actually like to
having the
see.
different formats. That was
Yeah.
really good because it made you think differently about how you play the regular dogfight, then the epic, which
Different values.
before the epic tournament, nobody was really playing too much epic, and then all of a sudden everybody was playing epic to try to figure out what do these ships do.
Yeah.
How do we play this format?
And then even the escalation, once we got past the epic, all of a sudden guys are wanting to do escalation and try it here and there. And
Trying
Yeah.
to figure out new valuations, and now everyone started going, "The stress hog is perfect."
yeah,
And I was like, "Fuck a stress hog."
Yes.
That was,
A-wings all the way.
I believe that was my first experience with the Stress Hog. I was quite impressed with it, and then
It was pretty
all
solid.
of a sudden
Yeah. Then the jump master
the
came and
Masters
made
came
it go
out.
away.
I'm like, well,
Yeah. But yeah,
Yeah.
every rebel player save me brought the stress hog to that event.
Yeah, there were a lot of them around.
I know I'm guilty of it,
Yeah.
so
Most of you brought Poe as well.
Yeah.
I did not.
Yeah, most of you.
It's funny how it
Like,
changes.
you didn't,
so
but, like,
I think I did.
almost-
No, I had Horn. I brought
Yeah,
Horn.
you had Corin, but almost every something like 2/3 of them had Poe. All but one of them had stress hogs.
Yeah.
I was the only one who didn't have either.
It was pretty it's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Just how quickly the meta changed after that
With Wave 8, yeah.
Wave 8. But yeah, it was good to do the different formats, and it's one of the reasons why I've been proposing some of those other events on our Calgary Facebook group, just because some of the more casual players get put off by the standard
long
100-point
events, yeah,
dogfight,
yeah.
longer events, don't want to come to regionals or store champs.
They don't want to sit around literally all day, yeah.
Yeah, so I was looking at the Hangar Bay events that FFG did at the Open Series, and they're essentially just a mini tournament encased in itself, but you could run multiples of them kind of concurrently, or players can finish one and then potentially get into another one if they want. It's 3 rounds and you're done. And then the random list one that I'm thinking of.
That one looks fun.
Yeah, I like the discussion on the group, and people are like, oh, what if you get like extra munitions but no like
I'd say
torpedo
like
or whatever.
minimal like removal of upgrades.
Honestly,
Like, as long as, like, it's something like that, as long as it's like, okay, this upgrade serves no function on this ship, then you can remove the upgrade.
but you don't get to replace it with
Yeah,
anything.
dash with title with
Tractor beam.
the worst cannon possible.
Yeah, well, that's why you get one mulligan, but honestly, if you're going into that event and you're generating a list and thinking, oh, how can I win with this, or this is
I feel like to an
bad, or this is
extent, it's like,
useless.
this is, like, there's a point where it's like, this is too useless, where it literally doesn't do anything.
Oh yeah, but that's half the fun.
Yeah.
Is you have a list and you're like, oh, this upgrade actually doesn't do anything, but that's my list. That's what I'm playing, and
I feel like you should be at least allowed to remove it for the initiative bit.
yeah,
You could always take it one step further and do a random list every round.
yeah.
That
yeah.
feels like it would have too much time in between
Yeah,
rounds, though.
yeah.
I was
Like, there's
pondering
always
that,
the practicality there.
yeah. So yeah, I mean,
Like, another format I've seen thrown around is like the best of the worst.
Yeah.
You write up a list and then your opponent flies it,
right.
and then and you're trying to make it as absolutely terrible as possible.
Yeah, I've seen that kind of thing. There's some things you can do that are like seriously
Really
garbage.
bad.
I mean, you know,
Here, have
6
5 hawks.
Yeah, 6 naked hawks or whatever.
No turrets,
I-
yeah. Like, you can block it by going, okay, you need to have X different ships or whatever. But,
Right.
anyways,
There's a few things you can do.
as far as like, as far as structure thing goes, one thing I was actually considering for Player of the Year, like for the future, like maybe make the final a small invitational event, like cut to the top performing, and then of course you have to have a lot more granularity in how you're going to score that.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
you cut to the top play. Then you cut to the like top, I don't know, like 6 or 10 or whatever, and then you have like a tiered bracket, like a dynamic bracket. So like you start by like, I don't know, giving first and second a bye to the second round of the bracket. And then you have like in the 6-player version, you have second play 6th, and then you have third play 6th, and then fourth play 5th, and then of those two, the worst of those plays first, and then the best of them plays second. So you get a tiered dynamic bracket. It's not a new idea, but it's
Yeah,
an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, I looked because in terms of our Player of the Year events and the Player of the Year points we gave out, there were 15 players who got at least 1 point. And, you know, at that point, I could say, okay, you 15 play, Calvin gets a bye in round 1, the other 14 play an elimination round, and then that leaves 7 plus you to then be at
Yeah.
quarterfinals. But obviously, I decided how it was going to work way back, so had to stick with how we chose it. But for next
there
year,
are a lot of
there-
things that you can do.
There are choices.
Well, you've never done it before, so now you have some information to work with, and it
Yeah.
is so you know it is possible for someone to do that and win all the events.
You always could do 2 awards, one for
Best overall
best
and best
overall,
individual finals.
and then one
And
for
a
the
winner
final.
of the final event. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like something for
options,
best
so-
overall.
Well, you
Seeing as
know,
it's impossible for anyone else to take it from me.
I think I finished 4th in every single Player of the Year event, so
consistency.
consistency.
All right. So, I think Clay's got to take off pretty soon.
Yeah.
And
All right, since we had no one else show up for involvement, then we're going to go to that. What did you end up going for? Death Rain or
I decided to go for the first
the
thing
first
that,
suggestion?
Audio Weasel suggested, which was Death Rain, because at least I've played the list before. Whereas if I was playing some of the other suggestions, I would have 0 experience. So I am going to play a Death Rain list. Calvin is going to play something of his concoction. And it'll take a little bit of time to get set up.
Yep, but we'll move the mic over since we're not going to have anything else going on. So we'll.
So
There we are. I'm going to have to run and fetch my stuff since it's still outside. So
Yeah. So
I
I'm-
was.
Just gonna keep these for now, Greg, and let them air out for you.
cool. Yeah.
Unless you have a place to air them out.
No, you hold on to him because there's so many
I can,
So much stuff here.
yeah, whenever you guys need them, just let me know. I can break it down.
Awesome.
I guess you don't really need them until for you, because you have a lot of fun, don't you?
We do. Got to figure out who wins. So yeah. All right. Thanks, Clay. So if you guys are okay, just bearing with us a moment. We had that league match all lined up. I was hoping some other people would show up so we could get another casual game sorted. As it is, no one has, so Calvin and I are gonna play, but he has just gone to get his stuff. I am playing a Death Rain list. We asked for suggestions earlier. There were a lot of suggestions. Audio Weasel was the first one. He said Death Rain, so we will definitely see that. I'm not sure what Calvin's gonna play. Epic Games on a Monday. That's definitely something that we could look at. Once Chris is back, I will chat with him, and we can see if we can get some guys. There was at least one Epic game going on in the store yesterday. We have casual X-Wing on Sundays, and there was a game going on there. So definitely people are still playing. So let's see what I can do with this. This is not Desi. So this is a terrible list, I'm sure. Just updating.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't really have much of a weird, silly list, so
That's fine. Mine's silly enough.
alright, well, I guess I'm going to practice something.
Alright. So my full list is Death Rain with extra munitions, proximity mines, Cononet enhanced scopes, and then 3 Tempest Squadron TIE Advance with title and accuracy correctors. And yeah, Calvin is totally going to cheat and see my list before he decides.
Not really. I'm just going to go with the one thing I have that is remotely interesting. Not really. Well, unless you feel like trying to play against Glaive Squadron. Would you like to play against Glaive Squadron?
You've got a list made up with Glaive Squadrons?
Yeah.
I will play against whatever you like. What am I doing?
Yeah, I'm not taking lists from the stream because that never goes well for me. It really doesn't.
Let's see. Didn't go well for him last week with the 5A wing.
Yeah, because I had no idea how to fly it properly.
Alright, now.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll offer the stream the choice. Glaive Squadron or asymmetric robots?
There we go.
I probably going to want to bring the computer over too, but yeah.
See. Can get this right.
Yeah. Well, that looks pretty unanimous. Alright. It's just 3X Glaive Squadron, X7, Crackshot.
Okay. Yep. So Calvin can get his list ready. I will continue updating. Who do you root for? That's choices here. Get this updated. So, I think I've just set up mine on, yeah, Jeremy's side. So, yeah, so you are good where you are. Let's see. Alright, so got my list done. I'll have to get Calvin to do his. So we update these. So we got Imperial on Imperial play. Alright. So I'm gonna flip it over to the game table and I'll bring the microphone over. My list should be correct. Calvin will have to enter his, or I will have to get it from him momentarily to update his side. So alright, so yeah, I've got to update that. That's correct. 3 Tempest Squadrons and Death Rain. And Calvin as his defenders. So I'm going to bring the microphone. Hopefully the audio does not go away.
Hopefully this isn't picking up too much background.
Once you get it.
Silly fellow. Oh well, his problem. Alright, so we're not going to have anyone on the desk to actually keep updating things, so we'll attempt to keep you verbally updated here.
Of course, we won't be able to keep an eye on the Twitch chat.
We can bring the computer over.
I guess we could. Alright.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, doesn't mess up too much cabling.
I have to get back to Vegas. Basically, with the wealth of riches.
Yeah, it's triple glazed because I have an obsession with identical ships. Well, I promise I will never run Countess plus 2 glaives because I will run 3 glaives. Well, I might try Countess plus glaives, but... alright, looks like I'll just update this side real quick.
Yeah, I haven't guessed. Yeah. The story of stories. Truly, there is no story greater than that of the boy and the gin in the lamp, or of the donkey, the elephant, or the sultan who became a mere turban maker and then again a sultan. You know that the entire world loves a good story, and you know that with practice and experience, you can shape the story that binds together and surpasses them. Follow your 3 quest markers on the story point track. Whenever you receive at least 2 story points as a reward in a single encounter, review 1 marker. When you have claimed all the markers, you have the material for the story. Is there any basis for how we choose these? Or?
But like, there's no guarantee that you can have it. Can't be like,
Yeah.
It takes like 3 hours.
What? Making it out of 13.
Makes it a lot faster. I have to say, I don't know why I enjoy it, because the first time I played it, I got locked into Jump for 7 years.
so sick. That is sick. Okay.
Tom got the cards that were like, have anybody else choose your reaction.
We're getting there.
Yep. Greg's list is already on the screen here.
See the awesomeness.
What's your point total? 99 as well? Alright, this is actually going to be a fairly important initiative choice. We're all skill 6, so.
Death Ring has enhanced scope, so.
Oh, yeah. So you're always going to be going first. That actually simplifies things a lot then. Because your shooting is largely irrelevant, I think I'm going to have to want to. Guess I'll. It's an interesting decision.
Trying to make it awkward for you guys by him having 3 ships all the same and me having 3 ships all the same. Just, you know, might as well make it.
Because extra confusing.
Almost there. Just naturally get the ships.
Well, they wanted Glaive Squadrons, I gave them Glaive Squadron. Those seem important, yeah, a little bit.
Oh no!
So yeah, I have flown this list once before, and my dice were so atrocious I did not get an evade result before I removed a defender from the table. And it remained about that bad. Later on in the game, I would roll evades, but only just barely plural.
How's that repping you?
Alright, initiative is down to a coin flip because I don't think we have time to do a best of 2 here, so.
Alright. I'll take Imperial.
Alright. Rebel, the choice such as it is mine. Because you have enhanced scopes and you will be moving first regardless,
Yeah.
I think I will take it and then I will shoot first and place first.
Okay. Alright. Try and get things underway as soon as possible.
Behold, as we play subject to obstacles. Sorry, obstacles. I should use these as crack shots. I have enough for that. So that's your placement?
It is.
Alright. That's the last one. Alright. Go ahead. Tempest Squadrons, where are you gonna go?
I guess so, guys. Alright. So I have played this list 3 times. It's been a while. So, what do you guys have? Just crack shots.
Just crack shot. And X7, so.
Okay. Fade tokens.
Yep. All the other tokens. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see. Alright, good luck to you, sir. We'll try and keep you guys up to date on damage, etc. We may not get a chance to update it on the screen, but
Yep.
we'll do our best.
Since we don't have anyone to run production, so.
Yeah, because Chris is off gallivanting around still.
Yeah, we are experimenting with stuff that has not yet actually been released. Because you asked for it.
Yes.
I've been experimenting with this just to see what will actually be entertaining, so. But hey, this is a tabletop game, so it's a lot easier to proxy stuff that doesn't exist yet.
You good?
And that is yours. Yep. You have a Connor net and proximity mine?
I do.
Alright.
Basically, they're all doing 2 straights, and these guys are all going to take evades.
Sure thing.
Your gaze is riveted to the things that
Alright, I'm just going to go ahead and start moving since you've said that, so. We're going to grab a 5 out of him. We'll get a free evade. And I am going to take focus, I think. Yeah, focus. Same out of this guy.
I already have a status. Do I get a status?
So I'm not going to worry about timer on this one either. I suspect it probably won't last too long.
Yeah, one way or another, this is probably going to go very quickly because one of us is going to die quickly.
And when this game is done, we will jump back onto the desk briefly just to check, see if you guys have anything else to chat about.
Yep, so they all have tokens and then they all go away.
Yep. Alright.
Oh, you found a princess.
Alright, so my dials are set. I'm just going to grab my water here. Yep. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Alright.
Uh-oh. Alright, might as well just talk about the game. So, what I'm looking to do is obviously flank. So, we'll see how well that pays off.
I'm looking to try and isolate this one guy.
Yep, we can see that from the maneuvering clearly here.
Focus him down. Really want to take on 2 head on.
It seems like such a genius idea.
So, obviously I have Death Ring. I can throw bombs out the front. Enhanced Scopes lets me always go first to drop my bombs out the front, usually. 3 of the throw counter nets on aces or box mines. And then 3 Tempest Squadrons just because they're consistent with the accuracy correctors. Against defenders, might not be quite so hot, but
Do I want to roll?
I've played this list against X-Wings and B-Wings and Z95s, and just the consistency of the 2 hits.
Can overwhelm their silly minimal green defense dice. Yeah, it'll do. It'll do that. Whee! Alright. I actually mispositioned. I should have done the 4, but oh well.
No barrel roll for you.
Yep. Oh well. Alright, I will be shooting first.
You will be shooting first. Alright. These Glaive Squadrons.
Alright, we'll fire on number 30 here.
Number 2.
From number 2 first. Yep, that's going to be obstructed at range 3. There's no way that's not. It's closest to closest. It's so clearly through that.
Yeah, 5 dice.
That's 2.
That is 2.
Would you like to spend your evade token?
I will not spend my evade token.
I'm gonna crack shot to start doing things.
30.
Yep. Range 3. again for number 3, on number 30 again.
Is that up structure as well?
Yeah, it's going to be because the closest is the back corner there. So, one this time around, yep. Not the best.
Hey,
That's a
4.
lot.
Would you like to spend your crack shot?
Let's go with no. Yep. And the third one is going to fire on number 30 as well.
So only the 3 dice this time.
Yeah. Range 2 here. I'm just going to leave that. That's just going.
1. That's 2.
Yep.
Should have spent that
Clearly. Alright. And that's going to be your shooting back. Death Rain.
Alright, so Death Rain, range 2 on number 1.
Yep.
Well spent. 2. That's 2. So number 30.
Yep.
Oh,
2 natural.
3
3.
of these. 3 of these. Number 12.
Yep.
I will take the 2 hits. From
Accuracy.
Correct.
Oh. Sure, spend the evade token. Might as well.
Alright.
It's only ever going to prevent 1.
Number 41. Range 2.
Yep.
I'll keep that.
Yep. And I'll spend that token.
Alright.
No damage all around.
Oh, yeah. 1 damage on one of my guys.
No. For me, anyways. This is the thing about the defenders. Sometimes they'll just get out of everything, and it's hilarious. And then sometimes they won't, and it's just like, well, why bother? Why bother?
So much harder. Generally, it's like like sometimes I'm really excited about it. I think like I like sometimes
Whenever I have a successful encounter.
Alright. I think Jack Door leads you to this apartment where she's a beautiful baby. Gently, you wake her and wear her plate. Freak, she dares Tom Lee. Suddenly, dishes begin to rattle. Hide, she cries. With a bang, horrible for being a freak with a terrible 4 years. I smell the birds.
The problem is I have no way to stop her from hitting me with bombs, so that's just gonna happen.
Good?
Yep, I have it.
Alright, so I'm going to drop
Yep.
Two hits.
Any reasonable result?
Don't think I can borrow from I will just check. Put it on the side.
Those ones are 2. Yep. Well, it's gonna hit, so. Can you tell it's been a while since Greg really played?
Yeah, it's been a week.
Yeah, a whole week. That might be enough to create a bump train. Yep, that there is a bump train, boys and girls. Alright, I'm sure this comes as a surprise to absolutely nobody.
What are you doing, Calhoun?
TIE Defender doing a Koyagrin? Madness.
Never.
What madness is this? Oh, focus. Yeah. Actually, no. I'm going to. I'm actually going to target block number 30. Yeah. Right, so this is clearly going to hit, so...
I love sick ne'er-do-well. Matrix D.
Yep. Not well, evade tokens all around. Should have done those in the opposite order. That's a mistake by me. Oh well. The main reason I chose a 3-bank here is for the token, and well, frankly, I want to go for the range 1 shots here. I should have done those in the opposite order because then number 2 would also have an action. So, I'm mainly looking to delete one of these advanced before they fire. So, all right, I will start with the purple one on number 30, which is going to be range 1. He will spend that target lock for 4.
This looks so good. It is 2, so 2 shields from 30. 1 shield and 1 damage.
I was thinking about crack shots.
Oh, who's got the crack shot?
He's got one still, yeah. I'm gonna take it. Actually. Yeah, I'm gonna take it.
Alright, so who's got 1 left?
Number 3.
Okay.
He's not going to fire this time. Number 2 is going to fire number 30. Got him. There's no way to dodge that one. Didn't need to crack it, but so it goes. Yeah, it was in part to get range 1 and in part to get the evade token, because even if you are blocked, X7 still gives you the token because you only need to execute.
Yes.
And now, number 3 will fire on number 12. For 1.
There's 1.
Yep.
Not cracking.
I am declining to fire a crack shot.
Okay, so go with Death Rain on number 3.
Sure thing.
Number 2.
Pretty good. Also, even better.
So I think number 41 can shoot. And he's touching.
Oh yeah, no, I'm touching you, so you can't. I'm like, why are we? Wait a second. Why are we measuring this?
And that is range 2 from 41
on the purple one, the flight leader.
There's 2 hits.
1 evade, token. No damage.
12 on number 3. I'll take the 2 hits.
Of course. 1 of 8, token.
Foresee bad things.
You've done 2 damage and I've killed in advance, so I'm hoping so, yeah. Alright. Isn't X7 fun?
So now out of your next docket, and then if you roll higher, I keep it, but if I roll higher, I lose it.
Hot dice. I'm going 1, 2.
Oh, not too bad.
Round. It is the magic mouse. N. What do you choose? I attack the magic mouse. Roll that modifier. Oh, magnetic. Okay.
Yep. You at least do get to choose who the mine hits, though. But you're not really in a spot to drop them. Because, well, you're going to hit something. Is that your dial?
That is mine.
Okay. Alright, go ahead.
Alright, so I'm just gonna mark this guy.
Yeah, he dropped 1 procs for 2 damage, that's it. Yep. Alright. Managed to get in there, yeah. Wasn't sure that would fit, actually. Yeah, if you mine, I think you hit you. Yeah, maybe. And if you don't, well, I don't think you want it there. It's like he's played this game before.
I'm just gonna take a hoping the problem with the hard 3 is a bit too far around, but the hard 2 is red.
Yeah. And your Tempests.
So I think everyone got airline revealed. That's the airline.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one. A TIE Defender did a Koyagrin! Madness! I know. I think I'm okay with being right there. He's going to target lock. He Who Reigns Death. We're gonna go with this guy.
So sad. It's Wizard
Yep, that should get him into this middle section. Yeah. And hit him. Then he's going to. Well, he gets an evade token.
He's not going to
Sorry?
He doesn't have any one point.
No, that's all.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, and he's going to get his free evade token, and he's going to pick up a target lock on He Who Reigns Death. Alright, the only shooting is on Death Rain from, at least I think it's going to be, range 1. Yep, it's going to be range 1. Alright, number 2 on Death Rain. I'm going to spend it, see what happens. That happens.
Pretty good. And it's a black.
That's going to be a crit to Hull.
It's a console I believe that is all shooting.
Yeah, it's late, we're tired, and our hands hurt. My hands hurt anyways.
What are they saying?
I'm being a little loose with the maneuvers, but my hands hurt right now. Can't hold it perfectly straight.
There is approximately 0 riding on this.
Yeah. I've been working with my hands all day, so they're a little stiff and prone to shaking around. Yeah, advanced sensors and experimental interface. All the munitions. That's actually pretty hilarious, honestly. I like it. Alright, go ahead.
Good.
Yep.
Let's run. One.
Yep. What was that crit anyways?
What's that?
What was the crit again, sorry?
It was a console file, so still a combat phase. I'm going to drop the other proximity mine.
Sure.
Hit the guy who took damage last time.
Sure.
Attempt to.
Ouch.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Good.
Blue Stabilizer. After you receive a execute a white maneuver, receive a service token. And that's pretty relevant.
Let's see if I can take them in this direction.
Nope. Walk the other way?
Yep. Not the other way. Not that it really matters, but bring her into range 1. So,
Yep. Pilgrims for everybody!
anything you can do, I can do worse.
Yeah, that dude's stressed somehow.
He did a K turn 2 turns ago, and then I did a white.
Right, right. Alright. All done? All right.
What? Oh, you do.
Trying to do a K turn, I just can't get it. I can't get it to hold in because my hands hurt. This is why I haven't really been typing.
Pretty sure defenders don't have a K-turn on the dial.
Yeah, well. That one, however, this time, however, it's actually stressed because of the loose stabilizer.
Yeah.
So, madness. What is this?
Anything I can do, you can do exactly the same.
Yeah.
For now.
For now. Of course. Well. You're over there, so would you mind? Alright. Just gonna grab focus. There. Shit.
Somewhere over there.
Are you okay with that final placement? It's up to you, so.
Yeah, get on there. Still get the evade.
Yep. Gonna hit it again. Though,
He gets
so.
an evade too.
Yeah. I don't think
Or she.
his will matter.
Equal
I don't think his will.
guaranteed.
I don't think his will matter.
No.
You can't actually shoot him, so. Oh.
Damage?
Oh yeah.
Maybe? Yeah.
Number 2. All right. We're gonna start over here.
Alright, so my console file.
Yeah, console fire.
Oh,
Right. It's going to be range 3 obstructed
yeah.
from this guy.
That's 1.
Yep. That's good enough. Alright, number 3 is going to be range 2. So, there we go. I'll go for it. Target lock. That's right.
That's 3.
Yep.
3. Down to 2 hull remaining on this.
You have
A range 3 shot on the hole.
barely, yeah. But that's the damaged one you want to shoot at anyway.
2
So,
hits. Beautiful.
well, you can't kill him because I have an evade token. Range 3. Evade token.
Okay.
And getting a loose stabilizer in movement phase before I move, sad. So sad.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I know. It feels so wrong to be giving a defender stress after it K turns. Like, what madness is this? Three health left on
2 left on
death
death
rain?
rain.
2 left on death
2
rain?
left.
Okay, right. There's a crit in there, so. Alright. Nope. Tokens are gone. Yeah, it'll be funny. Alright, I think that'll work. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey,
Alright, my cousin wasn't there.
And conveniently, that just stays there to
Yes.
drop something, Connor Net.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Ow!
1 damage. 2 island tokens.
Yep.
You skipped your action phase, which you would have skipped anyway because you're on a
Yeah,
rock.
I'm totally going to hit that again, so. Yay! That was so effective. Everybody do the K turn!
This guy. He's stressed.
I always hated that whole I reject your rules and substitute my own thing from Mythbusters, because the whole point of science is to play within the rules of science. Like, within the rules of logic. If you reject those rules, you are rejecting science as a concept. Anyways, that's done, right?
It's done.
Okay.
K-turn.
I know, right?
I had a suspicion that might have been.
Well, given that I figured you were going to go one and then drop a bomb, it seemed like the thing to do.
Roll for damage.
Oh yeah. One more.
Yeah, that rock's hurt.
Was that a bait token? Right. Ah! Alright, put that down. Over here. What the hell is it? There it is. I'm like, I just did this. I should know what this is. Alright, he's going to target lock here. Where's his evade token? There it is. Alright. I guess I shoot first.
Yes, sir.
Alright, Death Rain. Eat glaive! I'm going to stab you with a glaive. Wow, that was atrocious one.
Hey. So I need to roll for my console file.
Oh yeah, do that. Okay.
Do not take damage.
No, I don't think so. Alright, so one hit.
One hit. That is a damage.
Well.
Still alive.
Alright. This fellow able to shoot. Okay, my hand's a little shaky, so if you want to measure it, so.
Nice.
Okay. Max range. At 41. 2. Good enough. Alright, range 2 from number 3 on number 12. This is the one with crack shot left. Oh yeah, crack shot.
Oh, that's 3 hits.
That might be...
Spend the token for 2.
Yeah. You know what? I don't think I'm ever going to... Like, against these guys, I'm almost never going to push a crit through with a crack shot, so... I think I'll go ahead and do it. Push the damage.
Yeah.
2,000.
Okay.
Death Rain.
That's right. Hey, range 1.
Oh yeah.
2.
Token. Isn't X7 annoying, guys?
Yes. Pretty much a hard counter to accuracy character.
I know. I guarantee I have one. So you
Doing the purple. 2 hits.
Madness. That's high advanced accuracy got 2 hits? Oh wow, that one's actually going to get one through.
Hey. At some point, the green dice.
Yeah. Eventually they turn on you.
And number 12.
Yeah, we have no 1-2 update stats, so we're just going to keep you verbally updated.
Hit crit.
Number 12?
Yeah.
Well, you can accuracy correct her because it doesn't matter. I dare you to accuracy correct her. I dare you. Yeah, he's dead.
There's a dead guy. Woo, I killed one. I'm happy now. Alright.
I'm getting rid of all the
So I guess technically the crit is there. So major explosion, just for the fun of it. Roll it. Major explosion in a direct hit when it doesn't matter. When it doesn't even matter a little bit.
Perfect. I want to see.
Oh yeah. That's the way to do it. Right.
So this guy has no shields.
Yep.
I cannot help you. Brian. You recognize your power and pay that you become your tutor.
Good.
I am set.
Their knowledge.
Only 2 straight.
Destiny 2.
I'm gonna drop another coin at
Yep.
damage. Skip your action step.
Yep.
2 more tokens that are around.
Yep. Because they go away now. Strictly speaking, they actually do go on now. So.
They do go on.
And that's the fun thing. All ion tokens are cleared at once when you execute a maneuver. So stacking up ion does not actually help a whole lot.
No. It means you skip your action step.
Yep.
So.
That's my dial, yep. Yep.
I should take this barrel.
Max level up.
No, probably gonna kill it.
Alright. Arg! I know, it's amazing. Dance. Dance between the asteroids.
Who would have thought?
I know. It's amazing, but a TIE Defender with a Cloyagrin. It's like, it's tactical genius. Never would have seen it coming. Yeah, all his proxies are gone, so Death Rain is now completely out of munitions. And he's going to be relying on those 2 dice.
So actually,
With his 2 health. Oh yeah, right, Console Fire.
Nope, still hanging on.
Yeah, you've dodged 3 in a row so far.
Next time.
Alright.
I get the first effect.
Number 12. Take 4 dice from number 3. You're going to spend the target lock. And spend focus. For a good, clean 4. Seems good. 2 evades to live. 3 evades. Lots of living.
3 evades, so 1 damage.
Alright.
That's my dice.
Is it? Oh yeah, that one is, yeah, for sure. Alright, that one looks like it's not obstructed. And range 2.
Yeah.
So... same target. For a crit. Not amazing.
It's 2 evades.
Yep.
So no shot here. We will return fire.
Yep.
Everyone is sad.
2 hits.
1 evade.
1 damage.
Yep.
Close to death. Yes, so that would be range 2 and this guy through a rock. 41.
Yep.
Hey, 2 hits.
Madness. Not through a rock, right?
It is.
Oh, it is?
And that's plenty.
Yep.
Better a talking beast.
Goes away.
I know, you're really strong. I think you're part of one. Beguiling. Oh no. One. Calculating the value of this man. Speaking
The death rain is only just death now, with no rain.
That's right, barely sputtering along. Console is on fire.
Yep. Alright.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Go for it.
Good? Alright. Death Rain. Turn this console fire down.
Finally.
Yeah. Put that out. Let's do K-Turn.
Ooh, brave. Asteroidy.
Rocks. I don't care about no stinking rocks.
And you're gonna hit it again, probably, so. I'm okay with this.
I'm pretty sure I'll be dead before that. Damn it.
Now you're getting away with it. Alright. I think I may have misjudged this, actually. Oh, I have plenty of space. I don't know what I was worried about there. Action. Attempt to roll. Yep. Hello.
Five straight.
Yep.
Chicken.
Attempt to target lock. I don't think that's it. Okay. There is. There's a evade token and Alright.
Okay.
Hey. Yep. I don't know if I wanted to do that, but I will. Just for the hell of it. Alright.
I got a good chance. Kill the Death Rain.
One! Not that good.
Alive.
Yep. And this guy here.
Range 1.
Yep. 1. Because, I don't know, my dice seem to have stopped cooperating.
Mine seem to have started.
Yeah.
So, let's look at range 2.
Shooting at. Shoot.
They almost did one. I'll keep that. That looks pretty good. And number 41, the same guy. Oh, look. An accuracy correct that.
Madness.
Rolled all the evades in one
Yep.
go.
Poorly
Splitting them
distributed.
up,
Yep.
yeah.
Poorly distributed. And that's the problem with the bait dice.
So you comply, stabbing at the creature with your sword. A simple gesture turns your weapon into dust. Then a clap of thunder shakes the earth. I am free! The Ifrit disappears into the host for a moment and then returns carrying a screaming youth. Now your mind to love forever, you hear the Ifrit say before flying away.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
You leave before the merchant notices you as word of your foolishness still travels around.
Alright. For you. Meet Emma.
Misjudged. Oops. Oh wow, that would have dodged, but I think when you... Oh no, just barely. Oh well. Wow. Okay.
This is what happens when you don't think about things. I mean, it's not ideal for accuracy corrected.
Yeah, it's not
It's
too
not the
bad.
worst. Like, I would prefer to have an evade token.
Yeah. If you don't mind. Spaceships! Yeah. I'm going to roll this way. Forward as far as possible. Alright, and I'll take a shot at number 12. Range 2. I would like my red dice to cooperate, please.
Triple evade that I don't need. 2 41.
Alright.
Some of these. Alright. Okay. This is where if it was a timed game, I'd be running away.
Imagine that.
Okay, Stonehenge. A strange and distant island stands Stonehenge. Temple Hill to the far northwest. This place, it is said, then called Druid, gained great power and dangerous power. Its strength was black summons with powerful berries. You approach the circle of armed guards before each entrance permit only the priest. Dockers and officers are kept inside. You may choose. Choose one and then roll the destiny die. Choice 1. Guide the ball as a priest. Choice 2, not go to guard. Into the ceremonial circle to destroy the infidel. Choice 3, remain outside to observe the infidel ceremony so that you can describe them to your sultan.
I mean, like, I'm Scheherazade, so free would be the one to do.
Well,
But, yeah, I mean, like, I have storytelling master.
choice 1.
Good.
Yeah.
Roll that die.
Plus.
I'll take a target lock on.
From high atop a tree, you watch as the Hydra brings forth a shining spear. Gazing into it, he produces your sultan's name. That prince of the faithful is now dead. We shall go to his city and make it ours. Only the power of this fear can stop us and seek it here, where none can find it. Do you have stealth and stealing for the celestial planisphere? You set up at once to warn your people that they might not fall victim to the sorcerers. Destiny 2, Story 2. Stealth and stealing, and brief restraint. The whole team was restricted to me. Boss in Canada.
I got so many things.
I mean, you must be able to. You're like me.
But I have to make it all the way back here.
That's not what I wanted. Oh well, your shot. Right. Should have been dead like 5 turns ago.
Yeah, well, I can't roll red dice, so.
Hey, I can. Kalman's dice. I love him. I guess that is the. I suppose this is
Crystal Palace.
an interesting look at.
This is always going to be the downfall of the glaive lists. The simple fact that sometimes the dice are just going to go, no, you lose.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how perfectly you do this, you will lose.
Yeah.
Because screw you.
Good.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't need to change it. I suppose you do this.
Return to side by the guard.
Oh boy. Yeah. That's I'm just bad at it. So, for some reason I was like, I could do a 2, so then I'll be stressed. Let's just do a 3, and then I can boost. Perfect.
Well, the thing is, the Jump Master just have like so much dice modifiers, but there it goes. That's really not what I expected you to do, but alright.
Land on a rock.
And then that Koya grid. It's like, alright.
It's not really what I wanted to do, but you know.
Yeah, alright.
I figured you'd be doing one of those.
Yeah, I think I ended up missing.
If I'd been not quite as stupid, the death ring would have been like right here. Actually, I got a shot.
Alright. I'm gonna gamble on it. 4 dice to death, right? Just to have something to do this turn. Come on, like this is like 5 attacks in a row where I've gotten 1. I'm going to spend the focus.
Alright, that is a dead death.
Like, frankly, this is just stupid levels of dice.
Okay, range 1.
Yep. One, 2.
Hey!
Hey, he lives.
You rolled the 1 that you required.
Yeah.
Destiny 1, and you get
Go ahead.
Okay.
Interesting. Not super surprising, but interesting.
Well, luckily I have exactly enough. And still are we scanning?
No, that I can move into a spot where I can shoot you and you can't shoot me. Oh, let's just do that.
Right, before
Ah!
dice are not tools, dice are arbiters. So they are in this the referees. So saying you never blame the tools is actually not applicable to dice because dice are actually the arbiters of the result. I mean, it's an extreme example, but imagine one player can never roll a symbol, and the other player rolls nothing but symbols. No matter what either player did, that second player is going to win. It's the arbiter, it's not the tool. Anyways,
Two.
shoot at that guy. Is it range 2?
Range 2. Oh yeah. Still, it's gone on slightly longer than I anticipated. After that start. Hit crit.
Falls down 1,000
And nothing, so the big shield. Yes. 2 hits.
No, storytelling or acting.
Well, disprove the logic. If one player cannot ever roll a successful dice result, how do they win?
They block their opponent into landing on rocks.
Well, we're taking this to the extreme case, right? Your opponent's dice never fail and your dice never succeed. So, at best, you can draw. You can never win.
You block them so they fly off the table.
But that they will never execute maneuvers such that will happen. It's impossible to block that many ships off the table, especially when they're actually killing you.
Block one off and then go to town. That is the super ridiculous, improbable.
This is not a game of pure, like, this is not a game of pure skill. Like, luck is not a majority factor, but it is a non-trivial factor.
Alright. Time are we at? Yes. Yes, although we did not set a timer.
No, not really.
We could. If this gets a little further. Side too far.
Sure, but you don't have enough time to deal damage with those if your opponent is always succeeding with the dice rolls.
Good?
Like, I can demonstrate a case where it is impossible to win. Like, and like they're basically saying like bombs for winning without rolling dice, and it's like, well, that's what if your opponent is rolling dice well, then that's still not a factor because they kill you before you drop your munitions because everything's going right for them. All right, go for it. Well, 10 plus Mangler doesn't help if you roll blank, blank, blank.
Let's get this over with. Quick with the evade tokens.
See, as much as roll better is thrown around as a joke. No, I'm just taking the argument to the logical extreme. As soon as I can demonstrate the existence of any case where your scenario doesn't work, then it disproves your philosophy that you can always overcome the dice. I only need to demonstrate the existence of a single counterexample to disprove the absolute statement.
There we go. What did you do, sir?
So I agree, and I want to see how it will work out. I figured either... Well, actually, that might work out really well. Because I hit this guy, I think. I don't clear. Yep.
Let's get this game over with.
See?
Because it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, evade tokens.
I will eat.
Everyone loves evade tokens.
993.
Good?
Yep.
We're all doing the same.
Quite likely.
Probably do it just like edge to edge.
Sure.
I assume you're keeping your evade token.
It's staying there, yeah.
So you guys are 33 points.
Yep.
Alright, so I guess right now. 42.
Well, where is it?
You killed 7.
Now I've
6. Yay, modified win.
Oh, just get rid of it.
Yep, there we go. Yep.
Alright. Very good. It turned out to be not the most exciting game for you to watch. What with, you know, all the evade tokens. But, you know.
And my inability to roll shit. Oh, range 3, right?
Oh, yeah. 4 blanks. Yes. See.
My skill outdid your skill.
Yes, I was so totally outplayed there.
There's nothing you can do about it.
You help them, and one of them is you ask them for help.
Go prick.
Good.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, it's dyslexia that you have. You're playing some dogs, not the gods. Oh, well, minus one.
You know what? I'm gonna take it. Okay. What did you do? 3 hard. Yeah. I'm feeling. It's okay. Don't roll hits.
Hey, actually, more than one symbol showed up.
2 crits.
Yep.
Evade, evade.
Yep. I'm totally being outplayed here.
Isn't this fun for you guys? All these evade tokens. Range 2.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll make that 2. Evades. Would you like to call this one a night?
Yeah, it's one more round. See how this one more round goes up, because this one was sort of set. This round was sort of set up with the next round in the thought process. So one more round, and then we're just going to give it up because neither of us can get the red dice through very much.
I'm not gonna play like it. It's one more round.
Yeah. I'm just going to play to the maneuver I set up. So go for it.
Rather than running away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Turning around. So. No evade token this time.
Yep.
Let's go. Focus.
And I'm guessing you correctly anticipated the oh so surprising Koyagrin. I just knew you wouldn't be able to block it from there, so. Do you mind? Thanks.
It's an evade.
Attempt to target lock 12.
Successful.
Alright.
Let's do it. So one way or another, this is the final round just because it's going on forever.
I'm consistently rolling 4 dice unmodified. Well, I'm consistently rolling a lot below the average result.
Yeah, the last one.
Almost every roll has been below the midpoint. I have gotten a couple of 4s, but very rarely get 3s, and almost always get 1. 1. Target lock.
Target lock though. Make it 2. You need to roll 1 to survive. Okay, that's 2.
Yeah, and then the quad blank, of course. It's like I literally needed 1. Got none on 4.
Return 512.
The problem is, because these things are so fragile and he's always going to get 2 hits, the correct mathematical play is to avoid shots, to roll out of a shot. Because to deny the chance for the dice to even go bad that one time is the correct play, rather than try and get a target lock. So, yeah.
And number 41. 2 hits. It's not going to do anyway. calling this game because it's a whole lot of not much going on.
Yeah.
It's one of those where at some
The
point,
gambler's fallacy. Well, it's right there in the name.
at some point the dice are going to fail one of us in one of those situations.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like, statistically speaking, failures will happen and strings of failures will happen.
Yeah.
And it's unavoidable. Like, the whole point of the Gambler's Ruin concept is to demonstrate that eventually you will hit the string of bad luck that kills you. And it's unavoidable.
Alright, so I'm gonna throw these on here and go back to the desk.
Well, yeah, that's always going to be a weakness of the Glaives. Anything that can reliably force them to roll dice, it's going to kill them. Because, like the Interceptor, the Defender thrives on managing to get out of those situations where the wrong side of the probability curve is showing up. And I think there was actually a post on the FFG forums discussing variance, and, like, variance happens. It's like why I was in relatively a good mood after I went 0-2 at regionals. Like, you know what? Shit happens. It happens. Like, there's no avoiding it. Sometimes, like unless the game is 100% skill based, you will just lose games to luck. The game will determine how often this happens. Like, Magic is widely considered to be a skilled game, but sometimes you just go mull down to 5 in order to find a hand that has both lands and spells, and then promptly flood and never draw spells again.
Yeah.
Like, it happens.
You know, a list like the Glaive list, you're gonna hit those bad streaks potentially.
Yep, and it will lose you games.
know, it may not happen every game, but there'll be some games where that happens.
Any list where you are depending on your green dice, you will randomly lose games to just the green dice going, haha, no. Just no.
The funny thing is, like, you're gonna roll bad, but the fact that you're getting those evade tokens because of the X7 means that even with bad rolls, it was taking a long time to get through. But if I had something with a bit more punch, then you know they
it was a matter of time. I don't feel like, because I was forced to barrel, I was so low on health, I was forced to avoid your shots in order to have a hope of winning the game.
Because no matter what, I'm getting 2 hits.
Yeah.
You know that.
You don't have to modify, and that's a strength. Like, the constant modifier, it's always going to force the defenders to the edge. I no longer have the you roll badly on offense.
Yeah.
So there's less variance in your potential outcomes.
It's why I've liked this list actually when I've played it, is just because it takes away some of that.
It takes away the offensive variance, and like with the 2 dice ship, you're really not losing a lot.
No. So, you know, I can K-turn, I'm not too worried about it. Otherwise, I'm pretty much always taking the evade. You know, maybe if I think I'm going to be at range 1, maybe I take a focus to try and get that 3rd hit through.
Statistically, target lock. If you want that 3rd hit.
Yeah, I mean.
But like blank focus is no more likely than blank. Or sorry, focus hit is no more likely than focus blank.
Yeah, I mean, either way, like it's.
You might as well go for it. You might as well go for it. You might as well go for the target lock, because then you can reroll 2 dice that are both blanks.
Yeah. So it's fun. I like it. I like Death Rain just because, again, there's no variance involved in the damage. I can drop con on it on you. I guarantee. I mean, I guess the idea behind it is drop a con on it on someone and then push in all the 3 Tempests to focus someone down.
I'm well aware I will lose games to poor rolls. It's the nature of the game, and I freely admit I don't take lists that are like the Omega Leader and the always guaranteeing, and with Palpatine to always guarantee that you will have that offensive punch because your opponent can't modify. It's just like, I just like to fly those ships. I accept that as a limitation of the identical ship lists, and it happened to be in regionals in part. Like I couldn't quite get enough the dice through, and it cost me. Like it is a fundamental failing of the kinds of list that I like to play. But the thing is, sometimes there is a much stronger point of failure on a ship like Fel. Like I have seen once where like a Palpatine had already been used to get out of the first hit, but then it was 3 shots and Fel still had focus evade token because he wanted to keep it for that. And this, or sorry, no, I'm not remembering exactly. I just remember he had focus evade token somehow, and he was taking an out of arc shot. It popped up 3, one of which was a crit. Palpatine was not a factor, and he rolled 4 blanks. And token, auto thrusters, crit still went through, and it was the dreaded major explosion into direct. And it's just like, well, you can't outplay that.
Yeah, it's gonna happen every now and then.
Yeah.
And you just gotta accept it when it does.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, yeah.
Any
In a list like this, if like just going slightly below variance, or like, in fact, this is true of most of the lists I've always flown. The quad TLTs, this was true. The jump masters, this was true. If I have below average strings, it will probably lose me the game.
Yeah. But it's funny. Any kind of factor of luck in a game or whatever, people always remember the bad.
Yeah, it's human nature.
You don't remember that time when you rolled like 4 hits in a row for
like I got a nice
whatever.
I got a couple nice 4 shots there, like natural 4 hits once.
Yeah.
Like, that was a good one, but
like so often you don't remember that.
Yeah.
You just think, oh man, that time I rolled like all blanks on my defense, and like all I needed was 1 symbol, and so, but yeah,
something to mitigate is helpful. But the thing is, the point of failure on any on like the elite lists, the point of failure sometimes will just like a single bad roll can just straight up lose you the game. Like these lists, a single bad roll will usually not lose you the game. It's the repeated bad rolls. It's the repeated slightly bad rolls. But a slightly bad roll on those like elite lists won't do anything. Like you have enough to mitigate all but the absolute worst rolls, but the absolute worst rolls can just straight up lose you the game on their own.
Yeah.
In a single incident. Whereas this one you just need strings of bad luck. I'd rather have a string of bad luck lose me the game than a single bad roll lose me the game.
Yeah. And I suppose, people who play those kind of aces lists,
they're basically gambling. They will never have that one. Oh, Fel somehow got tagged and just died.
They're hoping that the flying skill can avoid the shots in the first place.
Yeah, they're hoping that they avoid enough of the shots so that their opponent does not get a chance to roll dice often enough for it to happen.
Yeah. And
that is a valid strategy. It works for some people, but the thing is, the jump masters also work for some people.
So, we're done with that game. We're pretty much done for the night. I don't know if anyone has any last questions. Like, where's Chris? we still don't know where he is. Somewhere.
He's lost in the mists.
He's not joined in the chat tonight that I am aware of. So,
could
be in that ditch that I predicted earlier. But with any luck.
Come on, everybody has Wi-Fi now. Even ditches will have Wi-Fi.
Yeah, with any luck, he should be back Thursday or Friday. That is a good question. And I'm going to go with who's Adam and Eve? Where is Chris?
Do you have someone named Eve working here?
No.
I know you don't have someone named Adam working here.
No, I don't. Yeah, never heard of him.
I don't know anyone named Eve.
We actually don't know where Chris is at this very moment. He did go down to Omaha.
Bitch.
To well, but he went down to Omaha for the grand opening of Sparta Games, and then
with Sean in Omaha,
Sean
who has been conspicuously
Aaron.
Absent,
and then he was going to be coming back today, but he decided to go
Ontario.
To Ontario, he said. So could be on his way there, maybe. Could be in Ontario already, I guess.
Actually, if he is in a ditch, I'm not going to feel bad because I know I had no possible way to cause it. So,
So yeah, Chris will be
I'll
back.
actually be kind of amused because it'll be a coincidence, but a little sad for Chris, but
Now next week, the store is closed,
yeah.
and
Chris is probably going to do
it-
short broadcast from home,
Yeah.
maybe cast one of the recorded regionals or even one of the recorded league games.
yes, yeah, we have a couple of recorded league games. So next week, there's a good chance Chris will run the show from his basement as he did one time before, back in February, I think.
Yeah.
So
The last time there was a holiday, you guys were closed.
one way or another, there will be a show of some kind next week. I won't be there. I don't think Calvin will be there unless he goes around to Chris's house, but he lives in Cochrane, and
Yeah.
that's
You guys should totally open on Monday. He'll only lose a little money.
And then the following Monday, I'm not around because it is my little girl's 1-year birthday. She turns 1 on the 30th, so I won't be here, but I'm sure Calvin will be here, and Chris. So I may see you guys in like 3 weeks. But if no one else has any other questions, then we'll call it a night. Yes, Chris recreating A New Hope with sock puppets is entirely possible. In fact, quite probable. So, but
It depends. If his wife is out of town, he might go slowly insane from being isolated.
yes. So yes, thanks for watching, guys. And
Who decides to just go for a cruise to Ontario on the way back to Calgary? Well, apparently Chris.
Yeah, I not on the way, but Chris is a crazy man, so you know he wanted to do some networking. Apparently,
know.
like there's some stores and guys that play X-Wing out in Ontario. You know, he wants to pimp his Dice Hate productions. So
Maybe he just really loves Saskatchewan. I don't know why anyone would
Maybe.
love Saskatchewan.
yeah, I don't know. He probably doesn't know. I mean, clearly. Oh.
Oh, there he is, finally.
Where are you, Chris? We all want to know. Everyone's been wondering if you were in a
Well,
ditch.
well, see, one problem actually, a lot of tourists from Europe have this problem when they come over to North America. They're like, oh, well, we're going to go to Halifax, and then we're going to see Toronto, and then we're going to drop by Calgary, and then we might go to Vancouver for dinner, and it's like, you don't understand how big this country is, do you? Like, they do it in the States, too. They're like, oh, we landed in California, so we can see New York tomorrow, right? Not unless you fly there.
Yeah, I took a train from Toronto to Winnipeg, and it was 31 hours of pure hell. So I don't recommend
Of course I've been
it.
calling him horrible things. If you guys, like, come on, Audio Weasel, you've been here often enough to know that I call him horrible things to his face.
Yeah.
His hideous, hideous face.
He's lucky he wasn't here, because he probably would have played a game and got crushed, like usual. You're in a hotel. Wow, you fancy.
Well, it's a cheap hotel, so is that slightly less fancy?
Well, I would have expected him to just be sleeping in his car, to be honest. I mean, it's Chris. So. But we want to know exactly. Wigan pie eaters. Those pie eaters in Wigan.
You British
Which,
people.
I can't really abuse pie eaters because I love pies too, but you know, that's what they're known for.
No, there's no trees in Saskatchewan. There's just flat.
League One champions. What even is that, Chris? No one knows what you're talking about.
I don't know. It's all that's important is that he feels pride in it. This is a lesson you should remember for your daughter. All that's important is that she's having fun. Right?
Yes. Yes. And on that note, I think we are going to say goodnight. Thank you guys for watching, and next week you can watch Chris in his basement doing a sock puppet version of A New Hope. So
He will remain in chat to help discuss casting. Like, should the sock with the hole in it be Luke or Obi-Wan?
yes. All right.
Good night, folks.
Good night.